It's
Or
really
was it
strange
really?
in the middle of April, even
Uh-huh.
for us, for Nordic country. How are you?
Pretty good, actually. We have a beautiful sunny day today. It's kind of cold, but we have sun. So
Don't tell us about it. But we have opened theaters, concert halls, and restaurants.
okay, so you are better in this area
Yes,
because we have
it's
still
better
everything
than
closed.
having sun and fun.
Yeah. So how is everything? You're okay and getting ready for this beautiful event?
Yeah. I hope that everything will be good. Giuseppe, good
Good
morning.
morning, everybody. How are you doing?
We are fine. Come stai?
Bene, grazie. Bene.
Buongiorno.
Ciao,
buongiorno.
Johan. How are you doing?
Pretty good. What about you? Everything
Fine,
okay?
great. Spring is arriving.
Okay.
We are
The virus is not leaving, but at least the spring is arriving.
That's true. That's true.
We are discussing weather and open theaters and concert halls. I told you last week that I visited Bolshoi Theater with Placido Domingo as a star.
Was fantastic. I saw also some pictures. Was that a good performance?
Yes, it was great. Don Carlos.
Great. And we should be seeing the opening also in Italy as of next month of May. The government is planning to reopen also theaters and cinemas, of course, by distancing all the audience, but we should go through. And hopefully we should keep it, because the issue is not to open, but to keep it open. That's a real problem.
Yesterday it was announced that Italy will be open for Russian tourists at the end of June or maybe in July.
That is true. We are doing a lot of efforts in order to let the tourism opening for the season, for the summer season, by having also some protocols for having some COVID-free places. For example, all the Italian islands are organizing themselves for COVID-free places. So with the jabs and with the tests overall at the entrance in order to keep tourists safe. We'll see. Unfortunately, it is still everything ongoing, on movement, and it's hard to make a real plan.
Yeah, I see. I'm thinking about my future vacations.
I see. I can imagine. And you should come over.
On dacha next to Moscow, it's not really our plans.
Right. What about the universities? Are they open? So students are going at the university by presence, or the classes are still by distance?
Fortunately, some seminars they are held on distance, and some are in contact. They have some contact work, and if I'm not mistaken, 2 days a week they are going to the university, and 3 days they are working online. And in the university, masks are obligatory.
I see. Here in Milan, all the university reopened. And so I have my classes on presence. I have 3 times per week classes until June, and 2 times are on presence, and just 1 time per week is by distance, so by remote, by a computer. So in order to mix a little bit the presence of students at the university. We do what we can. Unfortunately, the situation is not defined yet.
we also are trying to track somehow the situation to improve it. And up to now, they have some kind of stability, but there are no great improvement. But it's quite stable. It's quite stable.
Right, right. Well, Nadia, let me know when we can start.
We can start any minutes.
Okay. For the slides, each single speaker can upload the slides into the screen, or is it a central? There is a centralized system.
I think it would be better if each participant will generate it
So,
itself.
okay, perfect.
To switch the slides. And now, Anna Silvina, please authorize the participants to open their presentation.
Okay, great, terrific.
And I think everybody is ready, and we can just start our webinar. And dear guests, dear participants, dear speakers, I cordially welcome everybody to participate in our international event. And before I give the floor to Professor Marina, I would like to thank him not only for his, not only that he accepted my invitation to participate in this webinar, but also for his ideas to split the topic for 3 different workshops, with 3 different topics. And now we will start this touching the issue regarding the COVID and its public finance implications. Actually, online webinar is the only one, unfortunately, only one opportunity which is available for us now. But I really hope that next time, next spring, we will meet each other in Moscow, in our university. I cordially hope. More than a year ago, we heard and actually we learned this new word, coronavirus. And at that time, we couldn't even imagine the consequences of this word, this event, and we couldn't even imagine that it would be the stress test, not only for the national healthcare systems, but also for financial and budgetary system of each country. And now we would like to touch this issue to discuss some public finance implications of the coronavirus and pandemic. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Marina. Giuseppe, microphone is yours.
Thank you, Nadia. Thank you. Well, I'm very much grateful to Professor Nadia Bashkirova for this invitation that is unfortunately online, but you are all witnesses of what she said, and I got the promise to reply it in live in Moscow once the epidemic war will be over. So I got it as a promise for the future. We recognize that Nadia, with Nadia, the need to monitor the financial response of the international community to such a worldwide catastrophe. We started in Milan on last December with the first experiment, and we are now at the second occasion of dialogue within the public finance measures in order to fight coronavirus. In particular, the paradigm of this first workshop on COVID-19 and its public finance implication is that we do not have to waste a good crisis to improve the harmonization of international public finance measures to sustain economies and societies from a common enemy. And you will see throughout the day that there is a coherence in the structure of the following speeches. At least I talk now for my workshop. Indeed, in the first part, we shall mainly deal with the international and European framework of public finance measures, while in the second part, we shall mainly deal with a comparison between Italian and Russian situation. On top, I would like to stress an initiative that I shared with Professor Bashkirova, and we are all before young researchers, and there is a double reason to applaud this welcome. The first is that they have the energy we need to fight the virus. And the second is that the fight is for the future, and the future is mainly their future. I would say your future. So it is reasonable to give you the floor and the chance to drive it. So having said that, I would immediately start by giving the floor to Jacopo Ratti, who is our first speaker. Jacopo is a PhD student from the University of Milan, and he is going to make his give us the first worldwide approach by analyzing the OECD recommendation tax and fiscal policy in response to the coronavirus crisis, strengthening confidence and resilience, which has been the first international recommendation that has been initiated by the OECD at just the beginning of the coronavirus explosion. So please, Jacopo, the floor is yours, and you have 15 minutes to show your speech through the slides.
Mm-hmm.
We don't hear you.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't hear you, Jacopo. Maybe some technical problems.
Now you can hear me?
Yes.
As always, I've got this with this microphone, so I'm sorry, and thank you, Professor Marino, and thank you also for the invitation from the University of Moscow. I'm trying to share my presentation. Just, of course, we got some technical issues as always, so I'm trying to use the standard version. And here we are. Just, I don't know what's happening. I don't know why. I just have some technical issues with my computer because I cannot share the screen. Just a moment, please. Of course, it's always the first that needs to. So let's find out if this could work or not. Right here, and I'm going to share this presentation. That you can see right
yes,
here.
now finally.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the interruption and for the delay. But as far as I'm concerned, there's always technical issues because they are always downloading some new upgrades on the Microsoft 350 presentation. So, as Professor Marino already told you, I think that I'm going to speak about what the OECD have done in this period and what are the suggestions for the future policy in tax and fiscal policy in response to the coronavirus crisis. I use this kind of approach in three different, of course, I think, okay. I use this kind of approach, dividing my presentation in three different areas, and I use as inspiration to create this kind of presentation one of the most renowned and famous movies from Christopher Nolan, a famous American director, which is called Memento. At the end of this presentation, I think that you know why I choose to use the Memento the Memento idea to tell this story. Because I think that in this period, we cannot say that we already know in which kind of in which kind of period we are going to live and what solution are the best ideal. I think that you can discuss about the solution, you can think about the solution, but the various applications that are going to be underlined after the outbreak is going to be over. So first of all, we need to include a little bit of definition about where we are going to talk about. So everybody knows about the OECD and what the OECD does. But what about the two different kind of definition that we are going to use, the two words that Professor Marino told me to analyze? First of all, confidence, and secondly, resilience. Those are two words that you can't find in any specific paper of the OECD where they define exactly what this confidence and resilience are. Confidence, I use, as you can see from my presentation, I use a general definition coming, I think, from a general dictionary, where you can find that is the strengthening in belief. So it's not only related maybe to a religious sense of belief, but also to a more atheist sense. It's the truth and the belief in something that you are willing to believe. And resilience is, I think that I've got issues with the internet connection, or not, or maybe not. Resilience, I think that everybody could hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, because just a pop-up appeared in my screen. So resilience is something more complex. As you can see in this paper, you can find a single definition about resilience, and is the ability of the various
Lost Jacopo.
Some technical problems, I think.
Jacopo, we missed you.
You can't hear me, or you?
Yes, now we hear you, but we lost your final words.
I don't know what is happening right now. Discussed about two different scenarios. One of it was the pre-pandemic scenarios, where also OECD was starting to analyzing the definition of resilience, and then we have to pass to the post-pandemic scenario.
Now we hear you.
I don't know if. I just need a moment, because I think that I need to swap my connection, because this is not stable enough to speak. So just a moment, please. I don't know. Okay.
Maybe some problems with the internet connection.
Yes, I just need to swap the connection, and then. Okay, so I'm going to share the screen again. Presentation. Here. Okay. Okay, can you hear me now? Maybe
Yes.
better. And of course, I've got the screen that is right here. So where were we? The OECD, and I'm starting from here. So we were discussing about the pre-pandemic scenario, where there is already some kind of issues and problems because, as everybody knows, the pre-pandemic scenario was a kind of messy scenario because we were already facing some technical and not only in technical problems but also economic problems because we were coming from a different kind of crisis, which was the big economic crisis from the 2008, and as far as you can see in this slide, there are two main reasons because OECD needs to think about the typology of risks and the two types of risks that the world will like to be facing in the next future. First of all, because already the economic stress that the world economy subdued to this period was already very, very heavy. First of all, in fact, in the aftermath of the economic crisis, a lot of gross debt has already increased, and there are small gaps in which the single national state could increase or decrease the economic tax rates. So the hypothetical solution of the OECD in this scenario was to face two types of different risks. So the first one was called the acceptable risk. So the level of risk in a society that is prepared to accept without any specific risk management option. For example, if you're going to see that in the next years the climate change is going to drop, and I don't think that is going to drop, but is going to drop a lot, you are probably not willing to improve your household ability to resist from earthquake or something else. This is called acceptable risk because you are just willing to or not willing to do something because you are, of course, believing that this kind of thing is not going to happen. The next level of risk is called the so-called tolerable risk. So is the level of a risk to propriety, and in which the level of risk is constantly monitoring. So, for example, in the same example of before, you're going to see that in the next years you're willing that the earthquake are not going to destroy your house. So probably you're going to monitor each day the number of earthquakes that are going to occur during a single period of time. Those are two slides that I use in that kind of scenarios because the OECD already concentrate his kind of effort to calculate this kind of risk, because I'm using here an economic concept, the hurdle risk, because you cannot give a mathematical solution of the equation that you have seen before, because there is no spreadsheet with the solution, but you only could analyze the data. So the OECD approach is methodological. So they're trying to collect as many data as possible and trying to draw a line between those data. So in a very short way, we could find that from the period after the crisis of the 2008 till today, of course not today, but till the pre-pandemic crisis, there was some kind of ideas that individual and business could face. First of all, the taxes on labor are increasingly and declining between 2013 and 2019. And in this slide, you can read it on the paper, so I'm not going to be so specific, but in that period of time where the gross debt already increased, a lot of different data demonstrates that business and individuals are trying, the states, sorry, not the business and individuals, but states and national countries are trying to relieve the taxation on business and individuals, and started to think about something else, and started to think about taxation on other sources of economy. The four main, but as you can read it from the slide, the property taxes are not a big source of revenue. So the three specific taxes that are used in the OECD countries are environmentally related tax, the consumption taxes, including the VAT and the duties, and also specific taxes. So in this scenario, environmental taxes are related most of all on the energy consumption. So, for example, if you are going to burn coal, you are going to pay a lot of taxes on the coal, because the idea is to tax to improve the green energy. In consumption taxes, there are a lot of different ideas about the consumption taxes. The most famous, of course, is VAT, but there are also excise duties and also other types of similar VAT taxes. And also specific taxes, that this is a sort of scenario that is truthfully and very unique in this way, because there are some new ideas that you can tax some specific goods, not only because you want those goods to be created and used less, but because there's plenty of consumers that are nowadays they are using it. And for example, in Italy, there's a huge discussion about two types of taxes: the plastic taxes and the sugar taxes. And the idea is that if you are going to tax those kind of products that they have this high demand from the public, you're going to gain a lot of money from this taxation. And that was the pre-pandemic scenario. After that, of course, the coronavirus pandemic spread all over the world from 2020 till today, and probably till next year. We don't know, because we don't have a palantir. So what about the 454 results later? If you find out, if you are willing to perform this research by yourself, you are going to see, if you search COVID-19 on the OECD library, you are going to find out at least 454 results speaking about the outbreak. In this slide, I'm trying to summarize what are the four phases, but it's a sort of definition that is not truth to reality, because as far as you can see, there are no straight row between the different parts, because you cannot say if you are in one phase or another, because they are strictly connected, and there are a lot of different ideas between those phases. There are not a common bias on those phases. So let's find out what are those four phases in a very quick way, because first of all, of course, the outbreak spread all over the world. So there was an initial response to the outbreak in those OECD states. And as you can see from those slides, of course, the percentage in this scheme are not correct. It's just a representation about the first measure that the states of the OECD countries are taking in effort during this first state. First of all, you need to support the household. So the states try to support household with a lot of different measures, but it's quite curious, because there is no such a difference between the so-called liberal states, for example, the USA and the UK, and the other part of maybe Europe or Africa or even Russia, because each state maybe could define less or more if increasing the tax gap or in the tax deferral, but they are trying to use the most common and similar ways to increase the support to the household. First of all, they need to they need the business to stay afloat, so they support the cash flow of those business. How? In three different ways. First of all, the tax cut, then the tax deferral, and after that, the ability to use the passivity coming from a previous year for the tax purposes, for the declining of the revenue for the next year. After that, of course, there's also a phase where a lot of money needs to be injected in the system. And those are, of course, the idea of the central banks, where they have to take the interest yield really low, because as the economic maybe could explain it better than students in law. If you take in a very simple way, to put it in a simple way, if you take the interest yield very well, also the money that you can lend from the bank are going to have an interest rate much more lower than the normal system.
Jacopo, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay, so I'm going to show the next one. That is quite curious because, of course, after the initial part and the initial response to the outbreak, we are going now to face the other final part. But, of course, there are no final parts because we cannot know if, as I told you in my first presentation, in my first slide, there are no strict period, the phases separated from time to time. So what about next? What the next thing that we are going to see? There could be some issues because, of course, the gross debt already in a higher margin already increased in this period because a lot of economic sustain that come from the states needs to be injected in liquidity, in cash flow, in free cash flow from the economy and also for the business. And this could lead us to a very straightforward problem about 4 different types. First of all, there's no a guide on how the world could use the existing mechanism and system, the already existing mechanism and system, to strengthen the resilience, to adapt those mechanisms to the new economy and also to the new outbreak that the world could face. And also, there could be a problem about the idea that the states could repay their debt. In a shorter term, in a small way, those kind of liquidity, each state needs to face the problem by himself and also by the outstanding other states. This could lead to the problem that the undeveloped states, the so-called different part of the world, the third part of the world, could have problems because a lot of their countries need the help and the grant from other states. It's that nowadays they are not granting this money to sustain their economies. So those states are going to face a lot of different economic factors and a lot of different economic problems, because they are not only are unable to gain those kind of liquidity with the low interest rates, but also because they are not going to have any more grant from these big, huge countries, for example, the USA, because the states need to think about themselves before the others. So the world and the OECD, and I'm going to head to the conclusion, the OECD in those papers is always, at the first glance, the OECD said that the states need to cooperate and also to find common solutions. But the reality is that each state is now thinking from himself, because each state wants to, first of all, coming out of this outbreak with least damages possible, and then would like to recover faster than the other, because you know that in this digital era, in this economic era, a lot of different countries need to attract those factors faster than the others. I'm deeply sorry for the trouble, and I do apologize for the trouble. Each slide contain, I think that you already, or maybe in the next period, you are able to see also those slides by yourself. And each slide contain the strictly references to the paper that I used. So if you want to read deep information about what I've said, you can find it out in the single slide. Thanks for the attention, and sorry for the worst internet connection.
Thank you very much, Jacopo. If I may sum up your approach that is reflecting the OECD approach, we can say that we envisage an organization in the long run, but a disorganization into the short term. So there is always the emphasis to get an harmonization of the measures in the long run, but then unfortunately in the short run, each single state faces its own initiatives. And by the way, about initiatives, I want to stress that the trend of corporate income tax is going to turn it around because of the US and the UK increases in the tax rates, because the UK first announced the increase in the corporate income tax from 19 to 25%, and then the Secretary to the Treasury, Yellen, announced recently also in the US the overturn of the corporate income tax from the previous administration of the Trump administration, which lowered it to 21%, now is going back to 28%. So this means that big economies into the Western world is already trying to increase the revenue. That is it's simpler than structuring a new taxation in the short run, like environmental taxation, as you described. There is one more issue, that is the debt, the sustainability of the debt. I think that we better agree with economist Stephanie Kelton, is a monetarist from the monetarist school, who wrote a book, The Deficit Myth. And she said we better now live with the idea that the debt is part of our ordinary daily life. So we might say there is a good debt and a bad debt, but always debt is. And it is impossible to think that in the medium term, the debt that we are creating can be paid, and we better manage the debt. And that is probably something we should think about for the future. I would now turn to Silvia Sut, who is a PhD graduate from the University of Milan, that is talking of a very specific issue, that is transfer pricing methodologies. You know, transfer pricing is a way to shift taxable income from one country to another country. And it is very much interesting to understand how the taxable income is going to flow after the pandemic, since we assist that people, so workers, managers, are sticked into their own country. So the mobility of people is basically zero because of lockdowns. And as a matter of fact, the functions of corporations are in lockdown either. So what is the impact of these lockdowns into the transfer pricing methodologies, shifting taxable income from countries to countries, that they need mobility, and the mobility is basically zero at today. So I'm very much curious to listen Silvia Sut and her presentation, and I give her the floor.
Yes, thank you, Professor Marino, and good morning to everyone. As Professor was mentioning, my short presentation, which will focus on two main questions, as you can also see. So first one, which are the main challenges that we have nowadays because of the COVID situation on the transfer pricing methodology, on the transfer pricing analysis. And second question, which is the most difficult one, which are the possible solutions? In trying to answer, we will, take a look to the OECD guidelines. So, going to the first questions, which are the main challenges posed by the COVID scenarios? As you know, there are different new aspects because of the COVID-19 situation, but there are two main aspects which are quite important for the transfer pricing issues. First one, we have extraordinary losses in all the markets because of the lockdowns, meaning that these are extraordinary losses, meaning that they are not comparable to any crisis, to any other kind of crisis we had in the past years. There are also several exceptions for sure. For example, the pharmaceutical industry, probably also the food industry. But the point is that for the majority of industries, we have losses in the value chain analysis, the so-called value chain analysis, which is becoming a loss chain analysis. And second point, second news we have is that there are kind of assistance coming from all the countries. So looking to the OECD definition for assistance, with the term assistance, we are making reference, the OECD says, to any kind of assistance coming from the public authority, which provides a direct or an indirect economic benefit to taxpayers. So the point is that because of the extraordinary losses we have in all the markets, then many countries are providing taxpayers with a new kind of assistance, which for sure should also have an impact on our transfer pricing analysis. So here, considering both the two aspects mentioned, the question we have is, how should we change our transfer pricing analysis? And also the main question is, who should bear those losses? I mean, which country should bear those losses, those extraordinary losses given by the COVID scenario? So, for trying to answer, we have different guidance. Of course, the most important one is given by the OECD transfer pricing guidelines. Here I have, mentioned, of course, for the first point, the OECD transfer pricing guidelines issued in July 2017. As many scholars also outlined, there are different paragraphs included in those guidelines, which can be helpful, which can provide guidance in order to solve the transfer pricing issues posed by the COVID scenario. For example, here I have included a mention to one of the first paragraph of the OECD guidelines, according to which the OECD is saying companies can have genuine losses whether due negative economic conditions. So the OECD are saying that there is the possibility that a company is in a loss position, not because of the transfer pricing policy, but because of an extraordinary negative economic condition, as we experienced last year and this year because of the COVID scenario. So the transfer pricing guidelines are quite flexible. They allow us to adjust the transfer pricing analysis considering the current scenario. In any case, the OECD also issued a second document, which is also quite important. It was last December 2020, and the title was The Guidance on the Transfer Pricing Implication of the COVID-19 Pandemic. Here again, the OECD wanted to give some guidance to the taxpayers, as many of them were also asking. So for trying to answer to the questions mentioned in the chart below, we will we will have as main reference the OECD guidelines. In any case, I wanted also to highlight the fact that in the Italian context, so looking to our national legislation, there was no official position by the tax authorities, by the legislator, in order to clarify how we should treat the transfer pricing issues in the COVID scenario. In any case, please also consider that our tax authorities make fully reference to the OECD guidelines, so we can make a reference to them, considering that the OECD guidance will be also applicable for the Italian tax authorities. I also mentioned the Australian Taxation Office, but only because it is one of the few cases in which a tax authority give an official position on the issue, and it was last July 2020. Okay, so going to the last chart, which are the possible solutions we have? How should we answer to the initial question? What come out from the OECD guidelines is that we should adjust our so-called comparability analysis to the specific scenario we are currently living. Looking to the different steps we normally have in case of a transfer pricing analysis, I have also here mentioned all of them. First one, looking to step number one. Normally, we should understand each control transaction and make a deep functional analysis, understanding which are the risks, the assets, and the activities performed by each party. The OECD is saying, please, here, do not make any adjustment. Probably there is no adjustment to be done because of the COVID scenario, meaning that each party is making the same, the same activities, is having the same risk that it have in the past. Step two, normally after that we have understood and made the functional analysis, we should select the most appropriate transfer pricing method and the relevant financial indicator. Also here, the point is that probably it is not necessary to make any kind of adjustment, meaning that we should be able in principle to apply the same method we applied in the past and have consistency with the transfer pricing analysis we made in the past. So looking to to step number 3, this is the crucial one. So once we have selected the transfer pricing method, then we have to identify the potential comparables. Here we have the adjustment we are required to do. So probably for fiscal year 2020 and for fiscal year 2021, we are required to select also companies which are in a loss-making position. So companies that are normally not acceptable in an ordinary scenario. And second adjustment, we should also clearly understand which kind of assistance the comparable companies have received, in order to understand if the assistance received by the comparable company is in line with the one received with the tested party. What does it mean in practical terms? That probably we should be more selective. We should be more selective in choosing the potential comparables. This could have an important impact, for example, for us, for the Italian practice, we can have as potential comparables all those companies which are active in the European Union. I think that in Russia is different, since according to the information you have, only Russian comparables are admitted for a Russian tested entity. Probably because of the COVID scenario, we will also be requested to be more selective, to be more precise, to have a panel of comparables which is really active in the same market of the tested party. And then last point, which is also probably as much important as the first one, probably as a real possible solution is an increasing role of transparency. I know that this item is also quite important for Professor Marino, but probably here there is the point. We need to be completely clear and provide a full picture with the tax authorities in order to explain them how we have adjusted the transfer pricing analysis, how we have selected the comparables because of the COVID scenario. So again, probably also in such an extraordinary situation, transparency between taxpayers and tax authorities and the fair competition and a fair collaboration through transfer pricing documentation could play a key role. So thank you. That's everything from my side.
Thank you very much, Silvia. Very helpful, your analysis. I would say, by starting with what you said regarding with the losses, because it is true there are in some sectors, not all sectors, as you were saying, the pharmaceutical sector is booming, food is booming, but others like tourism, for example, is having great losses. So all the losses should be covered by whom? Which states? I do believe that the same states that were benefiting from a lot of profits, even in terms of transfer pricing methodologies, now should take over also the part of the losses, because otherwise it would not be fair. Nevertheless, I agree with you that transparency should be compulsory in this situation, because going after your observations, there is indeed a problem of mobility, and mobility of individuals is the driver of any methodology in transfer pricing. And as a matter of fact, you also need to talk with the revenue in order to understand what is the consequence of the immobility in terms of new transfer pricing sets of rules for multinationals. So thank you very much for your presentation, which is still within the international approach to public finance measures towards coronavirus. And the third speaker is Marta Nicolodi.
Excuse me, Giuseppe, I have a brief comment that Russia implemented transfer pricing ruling only 10 years ago. And actually, it became icing on the top of our tax legislation. And after that, our tax legislation and our investment climate became really more attractive for the international investors and international companies. And now we also, in your comments and also in your team, and we also have a transfer pricing rules.
Well, thank you very much, Nadia, to know that. It is very helpful. Maybe we can then organize just one seminar focused on transfer pricing and the approaches between Russia and Italy towards the matter. That is going to be very helpful.
We will discuss it later on. It's a great idea. Thank you. And our next reporter.
Yes, Marta Nicolodi. She is a graduate student at the University of Milan, and she is offering a very interesting speech and approach that is in line with what has been said by now, and has to do with the financial support of states, because the states, as Jacopo Ratti was saying, are offering a lot of financial measures to support their economies. And the issue is that economies at the same time are losing revenue towards some specific small economies, that is the world of the offshore. So there is a problem right now to offer financial support to corporations, but to those corporations who have not been using offshore countries in order to keep part of their profits out of the revenue of the countries where they are based on, they do have their markets. So the title of Marta Nicolodi is Tax Justice in the Time of COVID-19, meaning how to measure the financial supports to those corporations who have been using until now also offshore countries to do their business. That's a very interesting approach. Marta, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much, Professor Marino, and thank you very much for the invitation at this international congress. So, the object of my presentation is tax justice in the time of COVID-19, as the professor said. And after that, a brief introduction on the need of tax justice in the current global tax system, I will discuss the data collected by the Tax Justice Network and in specific, its very recent report, The State of Tax Justice. Then I will deal with a possible turning point in the global struggle for tax justice, and I will analyze the UN FACTI panel and then the proposal for a minimum global corporate income tax. I will then cover one of the solutions developed within the European Union context to address tax injustices and in specific the COVID-19 state aid schemes. Finally, it will be presented the proposal for a United Nations tax convention, and in the end, some conclusions will be drawn. So, the COVID-19 pandemic has definitely brought to light the underlying inequalities and injustices that have always characterized our international tax system, revealing how it has always been programmed to prioritize the desires of the wealthiest over the need of society. This has led to years of corporate tax cuts that left healthcare and public services underfunded in many countries and therefore unprepared for the COVID-19 pandemic. In the light of this, the costs of the pandemic made the recapture of all the money lost to tax avoidance an urgent priority. So in the following, it will be described the data collected by the Tax Justice Network together with its reflections and proposals. And the Tax Justice Network is a non-governmental organization which consists in a coalition of researchers and activists whose mission is repairing injustices in our tax system. And their suggestion is to reprogram our global tax system to prioritize equality over the desires of the wealthiest. So, the very recent report of Tax Justice Network is the State of Tax Justice, which have been published in November 2020. And the report, however, reveals alarming data. In fact, from the report emerges that $427 billion is the money lost every year to abusive tax practices. And of this 427 billion, 245 is the money lost to global corporate tax abuse, while 182 is the money lost to global private tax evasion. If you look at this chart, you can see that the money lost to tax avoidance has a higher impact on lower income countries with regard if compared to the impact that it has on the higher income countries. In fact, if higher income countries lose more tax, you can see the amount of taxes lost that is higher. The amount of taxes lost by the lower income countries is proportionally higher in comparison with the tax that they typically collect every year. In fact, lower income countries lose the amount of 5.78% of their collected tax revenue each year, while the higher income countries 2.45%. And the disparity between the two is much sharper when looking at the health expenditure. In fact, lower income countries are losing tax equivalent to nearly 52.36% of their health budgets, while higher income countries lose the equivalent of 8.54%. So the Tax Justice Network has identified which are the main responsible of these tax losses. And on one hand, there is the UK Spider's Web, which is constituted by the UK together with its network of overseas territories and crown dependencies that operates as a global web of tax havens, laundering and shifting money into and outside the City of London. And the UK Spider's Web is responsible for 29% of the 245 billion the world loses to corporate tax abuse every year. The second main responsible is the axis of tax avoidance that is constituted by the UK Spider's Web, along with the Netherlands, Luxembourg and Switzerland. And altogether they are responsible for 47% of the 245 billion of taxes lost. So there is a very effective biennial index that is published by the Tax Justice Network, and it is the Corporate Tax Haven Index. From the Corporate Tax Haven Index 2021 results, it emerges which are the greatest enablers of global corporate tax abuse. And you can see that at the top 6 spots of the rankings, there are 3 countries that are part of the UK Spider's Web, namely British Virgin Islands, Cayman Islands, and Bermuda. And then following, you can see that there are the Netherlands, Switzerland, Luxembourg. So these are the main enablers of corporate tax avoidance. So, however, there are still some turning points in the struggle for tax justice. And the first turning point is the United Nations FACTI panels, which stands for United Nations High-Level Panel on International Financial Accountability, Transparency and Integrity. And its final report has been launched on February 25th, 2021. And this report calls for powerful, specific policies to be implemented in respect of both tax transparency and international tax rules. And if the panel's envisaged changes will follow, the estimated 427 billion lost in tax revenue each year may finally be curbed. In the side of international corporate tax rules, the panel proposes a unitary taxation and a global minimum tax rate. Under unitary taxation, the profit that the multinational corporation declares as a group is then apportioned to each country where it operates, based on how much of the group's real economic activity takes place in that country. And this would go beyond the typical arm's length principle. And then the other is the global minimum tax rate, under which, if the effective tax rate in the foreign jurisdiction falls below a certain minimum rate of tax, the home governments could top up their taxes to the agreed minimum rate. Both of the proposals were already being embraced by the OECD in its 2019 Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 proposals. Pillar 1 corresponded to the unitary taxation and Pillar 2 to the global minimum tax rate. However, the process has stalled in practice at the OECD level because the OECD affirmed that the two pillars should be delivered jointly, but to reach an agreement on the Pillar 1 has been regarded as very, very difficult because it would require a global treaty change. But the block to Pillar 1 is therefore a block to Pillar 2. And when the things seemed to go very slowly, then they started to go very fast indeed. And this happened under the President Biden's administrations that started to lead the charge for a new politics of tax justice. First of all, the President Biden proposed the Made in American Tax Plan, which is a United States corporate tax reform, reclaiming tax justice in the area of the US corporate taxation. And then a couple of weeks ago, as the professor has already said, on April the 5th, the US Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen urged the adoption of a minimum global corporate income tax, reiterating therefore the US full support for the measure. According to the Yellen, the minimum global tax would stop the race to the bottom concern and it would reduce profit shifting. Ending the race to the bottom in specific would be a very powerful narrative shift in favor of tax justice. In fact, the race to the bottom poses particular risks for the developing countries. The latter, in fact, tend to rely on corporate tax revenue more than the developed countries. However, because of their inadequate administrative resources and their small economies, they offer inefficient tax incentives and are more likely to run the risks of base erosion. By ending the race to the bottom, everyone could enjoy their full tax sovereignty. Then, the minimum corporate income tax would also ensure governments of stable tax system that raise sufficient revenue to invest in essential public goods to deal with the pandemic crisis. And Yellen affirmed that the US is working on the proposal together with the G20 nation, and they have affirmed their commitment to reach an international deal by mid-2021. Then I'm going to discuss the proposal, what has been done at the level of the European Union, so one of the solutions that has been developed to deal with the tax injustices. In fact, it has been regarded as unfair that multinationals, which have been avoiding corporate taxes for years, are about to be bailed out by national governments. So the European Commission released a recommendation on the 14th of July 2020, allowing the granting of state aids conditional on the absence of links between the undertaking and non-cooperative jurisdictions, frequently referred to as tax havens. Therefore, the support for businesses is limited to companies not involved in tax avoidance practices. However, it has been affirmed by some authors that making the granting of state aid conditional on the absence of links has been critical.
То же самое, передвигай следующий. А почему... There's a microphone on, if you could... Okay, fine. Sorry, Marta.
So some authors affirmed that to make the granting of state aid conditional on the absence of links with tax havens may be inconsistent with the EU fundamental freedoms. And then tying such measures to lists of tax havens may not be so effective since these lists are not so precise. In fact, for example, there are the Cayman Islands that, according to Tax Justice Network, are the world's greatest enabler of global corporate tax abuse. These islands has been removed from the EU tax haven blacklist of 2020, and then they were not re-blacklisted in the new list of February 2021. So this is an issue. And in conclusion, it has been affirmed that it's better to act through a reform or a general reform of the tax system rather than specific reform like the one under exam. So the Tax Justice Network has finally affirmed the need for globally inclusive solution. So it's needed to reprogram our global tax rules by shifting their responsibility from the OECD to the United Nations. And then the Tax Justice Network affirmed that it's needed to follow what it is contained in the United Nations FACTI panels, namely to negotiate a United Nations tax convention that would allow international tax rules to be determined through a democratic process. Then Tax Justice Network is not very convinced that under the guidance of the OECD, the proposal of a minimum tax will succeed. In fact, according to Tax Justice Network, for the proposal to become concrete, the limitation imposed by the OECD process should be overcome. In specific, Pillar 1 should be separated from Pillar 2 in order to quickly reach an agreement on the Pillar 2 proposals. And then it should be set aside the very low proposal to set at 12.5% minimum tax rate and follow Biden's suggestion of a 21% rate, and that could be negotiated upwards from it. And so, in the end, it is possible, at the end of this discussion, it is possible to affirm that we can no longer ignore the gravity of tax injustice, especially in the actual period of crisis due to the Covid-19 pandemic. All the data coming from the Tax Justice Network have the purpose of calling on the global community to take a quick action to finally make the changes needed to deliver on the promise of tax justice. And the very recent proposals coming from the United States seem to be moving in this direction. And they also have the potentialities to go beyond the United States territories because of the hegemonic power that this country has that can enhance the global action. In the end, the responsibility is on the single countries that should evaluate whether to achieve the desired purpose under the leadership of the OECD, or rather following the suggestions of the Tax Justice Network and deliver the power to a more democratic organization like the United Nations. So this is the end of the presentation, and thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you to you, Marta. Pleasure to hear from you the never-ending philosophical issue between approaches at the international community level from the OECD, that is the club of the rich countries, and the United Nations, that is, I wouldn't even say a club, but is the association of the worldwide countries, and as a matter of fact is much more democratic than the OECD. That is a never-ending issue who should drive the recommendations even in public finance. As a matter of fact, whoever is the leader, I think that we should move. So to be very much pragmatic, I would say I would applaud the idea of Mrs. Yellen to go for a minimum tax, corporation tax, that is basically designing a new level playing field. Certainly it comes out from leading countries as the United States, but could also get for the benefit of many more countries. So far, so good, I would say. So far, so good. Without the scientific approach, who should be leading this initiative? But it is very interesting, the idea of how the countries, so offshore countries, get the use of corporations in order to increase their wealthy towards other countries. And this is dramatic into the period of time we are living with. So thank you very much, Marta. We still remain within a macro areas, and we shift the word to another graduate student, that is Stefano Delfino Laferla. Stefano is going to describe, so from international now we go European, because he is going to describe the public finance measures that the European Union, as a supranational organization, not really an international organization, has established in order to save the European economy and the European societies. So within the international community, we now switch to the European area, and I am very much curious to hear Stefano describing the European stability mechanism and the recovery plan for Europe, and with a question mark whether these public finance measures are really envisaging a European fiscal autonomy, because you know that one big issue within the European Union is the fiscal autonomy of the supranational organization in comparison with the taxing powers of the single member states. That's a big issue. Stefano, I give you the floor.
Good morning to everybody, and I would like to say thanks to Professor Marino for his introduction and to Professor Bashkira for this amazing cross-border opportunity. My speech, entitled European Stability Mechanism and Recovery Plan for Europe, a new era for European fiscal autonomy, raises a very intricate question. So it is necessary to analyze it under two different aspects. On one hand, by investigating the financial initiatives that the European Union adopts to support the economy of the member states, since safeguarding the economic stability of states means safeguarding the financial interest of the Union itself. On the other hand, the fiscal autonomy of the European Union should be analyzed through the provisions contained in the treaties, as you know, the Treaty on the European Union and the Treaty on Functioning of the European Union, to understand the limit of the Union taxing power. Starting from the first topic, as everyone knows, 2010 was a particularly difficult year for the member states of the European Union. Markets were beginning to distrust a number of countries and were charging staggering interest rates on loans. Then the darkest moment came when countries were no longer able to access markets. For this reason, in 2012, the European Stability Mechanism was established as a permanent instrument to allow Eurozone member states a fast recovery from crisis. Briefly analyzing its structure, the ESM, also called the State Saving Fund, was established with an amendment of Article 146, third paragraph of Treaty on Functioning of the European Union. And this modification was necessary to make the ESM more compatible with the primary European Union law, considering the fact that some provisions of the Lisbon Treaty seemed to be oriented in the opposite direction to the introduction of support mechanism in favor of the states in crisis. The objective pursued is particularly broad and includes the mobilization of financial resources and stability support for the benefit of ESM members who are or could be at risk of finding themselves in serious financial troubles. Of course, where this is indispensable to safeguard the stability of the euro area as a whole. For this purpose, the ESM may issue financial instruments through financial agreements or arrangement with its member, financial institutions, or third parties. The ESM, in fact, is technically an international financial institution based in Luxembourg, whose members are all Eurozone member states. In terms of governance, the ESM has a tripartite structure made up of the following body: first of all, the Board of Governors, secondly, the Board of Directors, and in the end, the Managing Director. As you know, the purely intergovernmental nature of the ESM emerges quite clearly, whose governance and therefore the relative decision-making power revolves around the national government of the member states. And as noted by the scholar, the presence of European commissioners is objectively limited. In fact, they participate in the Council of Governors only as observers. But as far as the coronavirus crisis, the ESM has set up the pandemic crisis support based on its enhanced conditions credit line available for all Euro area countries. The credit line is in particular available to all the Euro area member states with the standardized terms agreed in advance by the governing bodies of the ESM, reflecting the current challenges based on the preliminary assessments by the European institutions. These preliminary assessments show that have confirmed that each member state is eligible to receive support on the basis of a series of criteria, so financial stability, bank solvency, debt sustainability, and other eligibility criteria. While support is available to all Euro area member states, it is up to each member to decide whether or not it wishes to apply for it. In particular, each member state can borrow up to a maximum of 2% of its gross domestic product, calculated at the end of 2019. In terms of numbers, if all the Eurozone member states will use the subsidized credit line, the pandemic crisis support would amount to 240 billion euros. So, from an economic point of view, it is a very substantial aid in its complex potential. Regarding the conditions to obtain these loans, the only requirement is that requesting member states must commit to use the credit line to support the financing of direct and indirect health costs related to the treatment and prevention of COVID-19 crisis. To obtain funding for what concerns the disbursement procedures, a country can apply for pandemic crisis support by sending a request to the chairman of the ESM Board of Governors. I will not talk about all the disbursement procedures, but at the end of this one is an agreement between the country and the board of directors that approves the final agreement on the country-specific financial assistance instrument. Finally, the Commission will report quarterly to the ESM Board of Directors. In the end, as you can see, the credit line will be available until the end of 2022. In order to ensure, for what concerns the control, in order to ensure that the disbursement credit line is used to cover direct and indirect healthcare costs, the Commission will carry out enhanced surveillance, which will focus exclusively on monitoring and reporting requirements on the actual use of funds. To this end, the Commission will not carry out any ad hoc mission in the country requesting loans, other than the standard ones that take place within the European semester. So we don't have a specific control carried out by the Commission, but a general control, such as the one carried out, for example, for the Stability Pact. The European Union, however, didn't stop there. In order to guarantee solid support to member states to tackle and eradicate the pandemic in progress, a new instrument has been conceived, defined by the scholars as revolutionary, in order not to waste a good crisis, as already said the Professor Marino. And we are talking about the Next Generation EU. That is a temporary instrument in which 750 billion euros are allocated to repair the economic and social damage suffered by the member states. Although this instrument has a declared temporary nature, it attempts to produce positive effects also in the long term, wanting to make post-COVID-19 Europe greener, more digital, and above all, able to respond to and counteract any crisis that may arise. Now, looking briefly at the breakdown of the fund, The most consistent item is certainly the one for the Recovery and Resilience Facility, for which 672.5 billion in loans and grants are allocated, available to support the reforms and the investments undertaken by the European Union countries. The second item concerns the recovery assistance for cohesion and the territories for Europe, so the project called REACT EU, for which 47.5 billion are allocated in order to continue and extend the crisis response and repair measures. Finally, with a fairly open formula, additional money is earmarked for other European programs or funds. Now, in order for the Commission to start borrowing under Next Generation EU, thus making the instrument operative, all member states, in line with their constitutional provisions, have to ratify the Council Decision number 2053 of 13th December 2020 on own resources. In detail, as you can see, by June 2021, the European Commission will present some proposal on the resources of the European Union relating to a series of initiatives, among which it is worth mentioning a carbon border adjustment mechanism, a digital levy, and the European Union emission trading system. Moreover, by June 2024, the Commission will propose new sources of revenue, such as a financial transaction tax. Actually, it's not a new idea introduced by the Next Generation EU, but is a 2016 project dramatically failed, so-called Tobin tax. Tobin, yes, is the Tobin tax. Secondly, a financial contribution linked to the corporate sector, and in the end, a new common corporate tax base. But it is already introduced a new own resource into the traditional system of own resources, and in particular, this is a contribution. This is an unpercented contribution from European Union countries based on the quantitative on non-recycled plastic packaging waste. So is an important result. On the basis of what has been illustrated, it is believed that the two instruments indicated, so the ESM and the Recovery Plan for Europe, represent a turning point for the European Union, which, as stated by the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, has undertaken gigantic measures today for the generations of tomorrow, aspiring to a concept of a European Union that was simply unthinkable 10 years ago. This, however, leads to a question: is all this enough to be able to speak of a new era for the fiscal autonomy of the European Union? Here, this question, that is very complex, must be investigated, as we said, on the precepts contained in the treaties. And as you know, the treaties do not give the European Union an autonomous tax capacity, but provide a system of its own resources. Today, resulting are reached. So while this is certainly an important result, it should be noted that the unanimity rule, understood by the member states as a safeguard for their sovereignty, constitutes a serious limitation for a complete European integration from a fiscal point of view. And leaving aside, for reasons of time, a specific analysis of the rules that provided for unanimity rules and the way to overcome it without a substantial modification of the treaties, it's enough to say that an efficient resources system should go hand by hand with the possibility of the European Union to establish, ascertain, and collect its own taxes. In other words, metaphorically speaking, the autonomous budget of the European Union is to date like a sword with a dual blade. To conclude, as said by the European Commission in communication number 8 final of the 2019, qualified majority qualified majority voting would allow reaching the full potential of European Union tax policy and allow member states to reach quicker, more effective, and more democratic compromises. Thanks for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Stefano, for this speech focused on the European issues. Europe is investing a lot through the crisis on public finance measures in order to get the unanimity rule, because I see this trade-off. It is investing a lot of sources trying to reach an agreement among member states in order to have the unanimity rule for the future. But the real question is that this unanimity, as you were also very well describing, is oriented to design the tax burden of the future. For example, a digital levy tax, a carbon tax, a financial transaction tax, all new taxes that would create the European revenue other than single member state revenues. But what about the old tax burden? So the tax burden that today is getting the money to the single member states through individual income tax, corporate income tax, value-added tax. So my worrying for the future is that if on one side, the better it is for the unanimity rule, on the other side, I wonder whether this is going to create a double tax burden. So a European tax burden that is then co-shared with the national tax burden. So it is going to be too much tax burden. That is going to be another problem to research for the future. Thank you very much, Stefano. Now the floor goes to Matagatti, because as a step-by-step approach, you see from international recommendations to European measures, now we go into the details of what the Italian government, by taking into account the international recommendations coming from the OECD, from the Tax Justice Network, from the European Union, has effectively done in order to, sustain the Italian economy and the Italian society, because there is indeed a matter of sustaining citizens, Italian people, before the Italian economy. So I would give the floor to Marta, describing COVID-19 and the Italian choices of public finance. In the meantime, I can anticipate there are some questions concerning the speeches we have been listening right now. After Marta Gatti, we will give the floor for the replies to those questions.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks to Professor Bashkirova and Professor Marino. I'm going to present you which are the main measures that the Italian government decided to set in order to face the economic crisis caused by the health crisis due to COVID-19. Obviously, also the Italian economy was heavily impacted by the pandemic. The inner economy suffered a lot for the restrictions that were necessary to stop the spread of the virus, but that had very negative effects on the economy. If we analyze the gross domestic product, we see that it has fallen in 2020
Marta,
by
sorry if I interrupt you. I see my face in your screen. Why?
Really?
I would better see your slides.
I've shared. I don't know why it doesn't work. You see me?
No, I still see my face.
Only Professor Marina.
Now I see
Me
Professor
now.
Bashkirova.
Maybe. I don't know why.
Click the icon. Try it again.
Okay. I don't know why you can't see me.
Let's do the following.
Okay.
I will do so.
Okay. Well,
Let me see whether I can help you. Showing.
is the first one.
Can you see the slides?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me when I have to switch the slides.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, please go on.
Okay. Well, the linear economy had very negative effects for the Italian economy, as I was saying that the gross domestic product has fallen by 8.9%. For these reasons, the Italian government decided to set different kind of measure, above all fiscal and financial ones, in order to face the difficulties of taxpayers and economic activities caused by the health crisis. The Italian government decided to use the emergency laws for introducing these new measures. If we analyze the period of time between March 2020 and March 2021, we can see that there are a lot of legislative actions that have created a set of measures that is in a continuous evolution with modifications and additions. In the next one, I will present you the fiscal measures that the Italian legislature set down. The fiscal measures, we have a very wide system because the legislator wanted to create a system that was able to intercept and satisfy the different needs of the society. We had a lot of different legislative actions, but we have to underline that it wasn't an organic reform, and this is not even the objective of the legislator. The objective was to set an independent measures that were linked to the same purpose, that was giving tools to the taxpayers to react and survive to this crisis. In the next one, I will do an overview of the principal fiscal measures that we have now in Italy. The first one is the temporary suspension of fiscal obligations and tax payment. That was the very first measure that the Italian legislature decided to set, that was introduced for the red zones between March 2020 to May 2020, and then that was extended to the whole country and even prolonged. Now we have suspensions, and it's a measure that has a very general scope of application because it's applicable to the payment of different taxes, included also the local one, but also for the social security contributions. In the next one, there are the main interesting point, because there is also the suspension of the payment folders, even if they are already taken charge by the authority, the fiscal authority, and it's also suspended the notification of the new payment folders. I've just said that it's a measure with a very general application, but the legislator decided also to set some restrictions that depending, for example, on the billing of the economic activity or on the area where the activity is carried out. There is
Marta,
also
which slide, which number of the slide are we? Because I wonder whether number 5.
Number 5.
I wonder whether you guys can see the slides on the screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
Okay, please go on.
There is also the possibility of splitting the suspended payment. We can suspend it into 2 tranches, and each tranche can be divided into the first one into 4 installments and the second one up to 24 installments, obviously without the application of any penalties or default interest. Obviously, the suspension is just an option to the taxpayers. They can also refuse it. If they refuse it, it's also possible for them to mention this decision, and they can use it for commercial or advertising purposes. The next one, number 6. There are also other measures that fall on payment terms. It's not just a suspension. We have also the possibility of deferral of the payment, not only for the deposit of income taxes, but also for the sum on which the taxpayer and the fiscal authority have reached an agreement on. We have also the possibility to consider as prompt the payments that were already expired between March 2020 and May 2020, if the taxpayer have paid them till September 2020. Then the Italian legislature used a lot a measure that it's very widely used by the Italian legislature also in the ordinary period. I'm talking about the tax credit that at the beginning of the emergency was used only for the cost of the sanitization of workplaces and work tools. Then in slide 7, we see that it's also used for the rental income. We're talking about a tax credit of 60% of the rental income of the buildings that are used for business activities. It's not a very general measure because only some activities can ask for it. But during this month, this list has been enlarged a lot. It's also possible for the activity that reach this measure to transfer it to the landlord as a way of payment. We have different fields that can use different kind of tax credit. For example, the sport activities and also the tourism, that obviously it's one of the most important fields in our economy. It's kind of interesting because we have 2 kinds of tax credit. One's for families with a maximum of 500 for each family that can be used for paying services provided by hospitality institutions, but also for the owners of these institutions for the cost of the renovation that they do for these structures. In slide 8, we see that the tax credit is also used for cinematography and publishing. For example, tax credit for the paper of the newspapers. And these fields are still suffering further restrictions still now. In slide 8, we see that in reality, Italian legislature also used some measures that we already had in our legal system. I'm talking about the eco bonus, the sisma bonus, and the super bonus that are deduction of the costs for the interventions that people do to their structures, their buildings, for increasing energy efficiency or decreasing seismic risk. For the super bonus, is quite a limited measure because it's just for the buildings that are in specific townships that were damaged by earthquakes in the last years. We have also some deductions that have the objective to restart the economy, and an example is the deduction of the purchase of appliances. In slide 10, we see also the measures that were dedicated to the consumption tax. We see the abolition of the safeguard clause and consequently, obviously, the block of the increase of this tax. But mainly important is the hypothesis of new exemptions that are very closely linked to the pandemic because of, for example, we see the exclusion of the application of the consumption tax for the medical devices. Slide 11. I've just made a list for a few measures that I think are quite interesting. For example, the postponement of entry into force of plastic tax and sugar tax that have been postponed to the 1st of July at the moment. We have also different kind of tax credit for those who decided to donate for the emergency. At slide 12, we see the last measure that was introduced by the legislator. I'm talking about the remission of tax debts. We have two kinds of remission. The most interesting, I think, is the automatic deletion for the debts that were formed between 2000 and 2010 with a limit of 5,000 euros. But this limit is just for the specific tax debt for the specific tax for a specific tax. This means that if a taxpayer has different tax debts for different taxes, each tax debt must respect this limit. But the overall tax debt can also be more of this limit. So deletion will be for a sum that goes over to 5,000 euros. We have also the agreed definition for a tax debt for those autonomous workers that have reached an agreement with the fiscal authority after a verified violation. At slide 13, in few words, I just made a list of few financial measures that the Italian legislature decided to set in order to support the businesses. We have a lot of non-refundable aids, but also no support for exports and internalizations. We have different kind of warranties. One of the most important for the economic activity is for sure the extraordinary warranty for the bank loans that are awarded to the businesses. For these measures, probably, we see that there is an increase of bank loans in comparison to 2020. We're talking about the 7.6% more in comparison to the last year. And there are also the renewal of guarantee funds that already existed. Obviously, if not, they are not general measures, but there is also the destination to the activities that are most damaged by the pandemic. I have to say that the measures that I have described you can be also divided into two groups. The first one is the measures that the Italian legislature decided to set in order to react to the immediate negative effects that are working now, and we can also see the effects right now. The second group is the group of the measures that the Italian government decided to set in order to restart the Italian economy. And for judge it, we have to wait for a little bit more because we will see probably the real effects in the next months. For sure, at slide 14, I've underlined some criticalities that we can even now see. There are three problems. The first one is the compatibility issue with the community law. We are wondering if, even if it's just a potential criticality, we can wonder if these measures are in violation of the discipline of the state aids. Obviously, there's no violation because these measures are included in the hypothesis of the aid to make good the damage caused by natural disaster and exceptional occurrences. The second and third one are quite interesting. The first one is that we have talked about a system that is in a continuous evolution. This could be great because can intercept the different needs through the time. The problem is that the taxpayers don't know which is the discipline that they have to follow at the moment. The second one is the problem of the public debt. Italy has a great problem with the public debt in ordinary time, and now in emergency it has increased because obviously the public debt has increased and someone will be repaid it, and probably those will be the taxpayers that are already weakened by this crisis. So the European Union has to have a key role for contrasting the consequences of this increasing of the public debt that will follow the emergency that we're living now, directly connected to the COVID. Thank you for your attention and sorry for the problems.
Well, thank you very much, Marta. It was very interesting to understand that Italy is, I would say, fully compliant with the international recommendations and the European safeguards. International recommendation in terms of tax deferrals, tax credits, tax deductions. So basically everything has to do with the immediate liquidity towards the economy that has been certainly guaranteed more or less. Of course, everybody then complains about the delays of some measures respecting others, but certainly I would say that the support is compliant with international recommendations. The very big issue is that whether it is the Italian debt compliant within the European comparisons and with the European debt, because we already had a very large debt before entering into the pandemic era. So our debt is now booming. It is certainly out of control, and we can only get the benefit of the Stephanie Kelton monetarist theory, hopefully be joined by the European community, because otherwise it's going to be a real problem to repay the debt for my generation, your generation, and the following generations. So this is the big issue today within the Italian society, before the Italian economy. Well, I would say that we can certainly open the floor for replying to questions that have been raised within the screen. And I would first give the floor, I go chronologically speaking, giving to the speakers the opportunity to reply in just a couple of minutes, because we are under pressure in order to let the other speakers, the Russian speakers, to give their presentations. So the first question is to Marta, and is by George Tagiev. Marta, would you mind to read and reply, please?
Yes, sure.
Also, Tatiana Lavroskavia is giving you a question.
Okay, so should I read the question?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay. So the first question is, what do you think about the future of this conception of taxation that goes now during the coronavirus crisis? I mean, will it end with the ending of the pandemic, or there is a chance to save some part of this conception for the future? So I would say that if the Yellen proposals will succeed, then there will be some possibilities to catch some money before the ending of the pandemic. But there is another important proposal that has been moved recently, which is the one of combining the minimum taxation with an excess profit tax on those corporations that have profited most because of the crisis. For example, we can see corporations like Amazon that are making loads of money because most of its physical competition has been closed by order of state. So probably using also a combination of the two and tax these excess profits may be a good solution to deal with these concerns before the ending of the pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Second question. You have 3 questions, Marta.
Okay, so yeah. The second one is, where is it?
From Tatiana Lavrovskaya and George Tagiev.
Yes. So how do you assess the possibility of receiving a US experience on the territory of Italy or EU countries? Well, I would say that the United States always had an hegemonic power in the field of international tax law. And there is an author, Professor Aviona, who spoke about constructive unilateralism of the United States. So, which means that under the leadership of the United States, things can change globally. And this is the expectation also with regard to the Yellen proposal of the minimum taxation. And so, yes, the proposal coming from the US can enhance the global action. And well, the United States are working on the proposal together with the OECD. So Italy and the European Union are part of the OECD, so they could reach something. Probably they affirmed by mid-2021. So we hope that their mission could be accomplished by that date. And
last question.
Last but not least.
Yes, it is. You've mentioned US.
From Ekaterina Sidorova.
Yes. You've mentioned US new politics of tax justice. What's your attitude towards the idea of the adoption of minimum global corporate income tax? Do you find any risks or obstacles in these proposals? So I think, from my point of view, that this proposal is a very great idea, and it has always been it has been developed previously by the OECD, but it however stalled, and the new proposals might be more effective. And I'd say that the rate of the minimum tax should be set a little bit higher than the previous proposal, because the OECD set the 12.5%. So maybe if the rate would be increased, there might be some more possibilities to catch some money. And the risks might be like to continue following the old proposals of the OECD that was which was quite tough, because it required the Pillar 1 and the Pillar 2 to be delivered jointly. If we separate the two pillars and set aside for the moment the Pillar 1 and just focus on the Pillar 2 proposal, which is the minimum tax rate, it might be we can reach we can reach something of effective more quicker, I'd say.
The issue is who is going to catch the money, because even with the minimum alternative tax, the money goes into the revenue of the United States, where multinationals, if we think about the tech giants, are located, while the money should go with the minimum alternative tax also in the countries where there is the market of these tech giants. So this leaves incomplete the question, or better the answer, to the definition of the contribution that the tech giants should give to the countries of the market destination, because the minimum tax is always linked to where the multinationals are located, where they do have their headquarters, not really where they have the markets all over the world. So I think that it is very interesting the opening of the United States, but always keeping in mind the interest of the United States. So to get the revenue at their home. Anyway, this is certainly a big move. We'll see how it will be translated in reality. I have a question for Jacopo Ratti, and then a last question for Stefano, and also for Marta. So I would give the floor to Jacopo first with a minute reply.
Okay, could you be so kind to comment a bit about the efficiency or effectiveness about the increased generosity of corporate tax incentives? It's a good question, and I do not have a single answer for this question, because it depends on the point of view that you try to see in replying to this question, because I think that at least there are three different shades that you can say. First of all, the economic part. Of course, the companies are happy. If you see the last balance sheet from the BMW that I think they came out yesterday, they told us that they've got a 10% EBIT, earning before income taxation, because they said that it was one of the best years that they ever had in their whole life as a car manufacturer. Of course, the company are happy that they do not have to pay these kind of taxes, and they could defer their tax payment to the next or maybe to the future years. For the states, of course, there are some issues. As Professor Marino told, nowadays they are much more concerned about the inflation, because nowadays the US are facing a credibility problem, because their interest rates are so low that the treasury bond are starting to increase their yields, and so they are quite scared about what the inflation is going to do in the next years. I don't know if the single person, the physical person, are happy about their tax cut, because it depends also about the system in which they are living. For example, in Italy, there's a huge amount of complaint about the methodology chosen by the states to give those kind of benefits. And also the idea that those benefits needs to be outlined to everyone, and not only to a specific category. So I do not have a single answer. It depends on the point of view that you are trying to say and to the glances of the lens that you are trying to use. Remember that those tax cuts are nowadays are pending and bounding the debts of the nations, and we will see in the next future which are the nations that are going to gain or to lose from this tax cut. As far, and this is my last idea, we are always taught about the unfair taxation, unfair competition between the countries. And we are trying to equalize all countries. We are trying to, as the Yellen said, we would like to introduce a minimum tax rate for each countries. But there's also the other part of the coin, the other flip of the coin. And there's also a fair competition between the states. So if you're trying to equalize all of the solution, all of the parts, you're not able to criticize the other parties and criticize the other solution, and maybe find out that the other country, like I don't know, in Germany, they try to improve their tax fairness and tax governance, and maybe there's a solution that could be implied also in Italy. If we are okay.
Stefano, you have several questions, two of them on the digital levy. So would you please give a very short reply to them?
Yes, of course, Professor, thank you. Thank you for the question. The adoption of the digital age is in progress. The adaptation of the digital age is in progress. the time is ripe to talk about a digital tax. In fact, on the 27th November of 2020, the finance ministers adopted general conclusion about it, and we hope for the best. Nevertheless, the unanimity rule remains the main problem, as we said. The second question is if only one moment. Okay. Be accepted in time.
We are very short in time, unfortunately. I wonder whether you could reply, because I wish you could chat each other, all the students, using the chat to get participated the others in the meantime that the speeches go on. Yes. I think it's much more fruitful.
Our students may communicate via you and me, and we could collect all the questions and maybe prepare some follow-up work.
Exactly,
but it will be very reasonable.
In the meantime, if you reply by writings, it's better, so we can go on with the speeches. Starting with now the second part of this first workshop, having to do with the Russian profiles, and I would give the floor to Yulia Pavlikova of Balashevsky branch of Saratov State University with the impact of COVID-19 crisis on public finance.
Giuseppe, excuse me, we decided to cut this program a bit because we need to go to the next workshop with Professor Antonio Riccio and the workshop with Johann Schweiger. And I prefer now to have a very small break, maybe 10 minutes break, not more, because we need to continue our work and to split our team and to organize the follow-up work.
Okay, great. So we make a break until 12:15.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay?
Maximum 15 minutes, yes. Okay.
So 12:15 European time. I think it's 13:15
European time, and we know the Moscow time. 1 hour and
I see. You have Moscow time. I made a mistake on that. Okay. So let's go back in 10 minutes with the second workshop.
Yes, in 10 minutes. And see you in 10 minutes, and we will continue our work.
All right. Thank you. See you then.
Thank you.
I'll switch off the camera just for 10 minutes, but I will continue the Zoom session.
Переводим взгляд уже на вход следующий класс.
Анна Сергеевна, добрый день. А можно мне права передать?
Chingiz, would you mind to speak English, please?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Nina Shifuna, Anna Sergeyevna, maybe we can start?
Yes, Елизавета, if you yes, I guess that's the time to start. So let me open our workshop, which is a part of our big conference. The workshop is called "The Unlawful Use of Classified Information in Financial Organizations, Compliance and Forensic." During the workshop, we will listen our colleagues from Czech Republic and Russian colleagues. So let me first introduce Елизавета Larionova. She is our moderator, a PhD student of Russian Moscow State University, named after Lomonosov. And our first speaker with the title speech is Johann Schweigel, who is a philosophy doctor, associate professor of the Masaryk University, Czech Republic, of the Faculty of Law, Department of Financial Law. Johann, please.
Hello, so thank you very much for the kind words, for the introduction. I would like to greet everyone, and it is really my pleasure to be here and to have a chance to have this short speech. And I'm going to put the presentation on right now. Let me see if I can share my screen. Okay, so I'm just going to ask, can you see the presentation now?
Yes, of course we can see it.
Perfect. So, okay, so the topic of my presentation is the Pandemic Emergency Purchase Program, which is one of the special programs which was launched by the European Central Bank last year as a reaction to the COVID-19 crisis. And as I know that most of the participants of this particular session are not from EU or not from the Eurozone, I will just very briefly outline the basic concepts of the monetary system of the Eurozone. So just very briefly, I want to give you the core information so you know, so you can more understand what I'm going to be talking about later. So, as you know, in the European Union, there are some countries which actually use the single currency, Eurozone. Those are currently 19 countries. And in the Eurozone, we have a single monetary policy, which is created by the European Central Bank. But it is not made just by the European Central Bank, but actually by the banks that form so-called Eurosystem. And in the Eurosystems, there is a European Central Bank and also the national central banks of the states that have euro, that joined the euro. And the thing is that on the one hand, we have this single monetary policy, but on the other hand, there is no single fiscal policy that hasn't been established yet. It is there are some attempts to coordinate the fiscal policy, but still the particular states, they have their own fiscal policy. And as for these attempts to coordinate the fiscal policy, there are mainly some limits put on the public debt and public deficits. But actually, you can find some of these limits, for example, in the Maastricht Treaty, which was one of the very important treaties in the process of establishing the European Union. And there are also some other documents which were concluded mainly on the intergovernmental level, like the Stability and Growth Pact or the Fiscal Compact. You can find several of these documents, but in general, if I should just describe them, they put limits on the budgets, on the public spending. So let's go to the next slide. And now I'm going to say a few words about the unconventional monetary policy. And, as you know, we have also the European Central Bank has also the conventional monetary policy, like the conventional tools, which are the key rates by means of which they regulate the short-term interest in the interbank market. Those are very similar pretty much all over the world. But in the last decade, or it was a little bit more than a decade already, the central banks all over the world started using also unconventional monetary tools. And there were different reasons for that. So when we look at the year 2007 or 2008, the European Central Bank has to react somehow to the financial crisis, which there are, several ideas what were the causes of the financial crisis, and the economists have different approaches to it. But generally, we could say that this financial crisis was partially caused by the subprime mortgage crisis, which appeared first in the United States. But it also had a global effect because of the global connection of the financial system now. And this crisis also appeared in the European Union. And there were several problems, but to name the important ones or the key problem, those were the problems at the covered bond markets. Just to explain it briefly, the covered bond market is a market with a very short-term debt, and which is issued by the commercial banks. And the commercial banks actually obtain credit at these markets. And as there were problems with these short-term debt markets, the European Central Bank decided to tackle some of the programs which would help to unease the pressure at these markets. And they started purchasing some of these covered bonds, and they also started providing more liquidity for the markets just to ease the situation down. But the crisis developed. It developed, and in approximately 2010, it changed into something which is now generally called as a Eurozone debt crisis. And there were, again, several aspects or several causes for this crisis. But in general, we could say that the problem was that some of these countries of the Eurozone, the European Union, they had very high level of the public debt. And but they had a single currency. They had the same currency, but some of these states had a high level of public debt, which meant that their bonds, the bonds that these governments issued, represented or posed higher risk for the creditors, for the holders of these bonds. And actually the yields coming from a holding of these bonds were getting very high. And as a student of economics, you know that the higher yields connected with the state bonds means lower price of the bonds. And who is the holder of the bonds? Commercial bank. When the commercial bank holds the bonds and their prices drops, it means that they have a problem with their balance sheet because the price of their asset is going down. So just to say that briefly, the European Central Bank had to react to this again. And just to calm this situation and to help to support the transmission mechanism, they activated several asset purchase programs. There were several of them. I'm not going to name them all here, but the thing is that the central bank started using this unconventional monetary tool, which consists in buying or purchasing these government bonds. They were also buying some bonds issued by the corporate sector or other securities, but the part of it were also these government bonds. So this was like the reaction to the euro debt crisis. And in 2020, there was a new situation in the markets or in the economy. It was the Covid-19 pandemic crisis. And again, there were some problems. There were problems with the contraction of the economy and also with the transmission mechanism. Because what it means when the economy contracts, it means that the states usually have higher expenses but lower income, which means that these countries who already had very high public debt would be probably in the future facing again the problems because they would have to issue more debt in order to finance their expenses. So there was again this situation. There were actually steps taken at several levels. So now I'm just going to focus at the level of the European Central Bank. The main program, which was tackled in 2020, was this pandemic emergency purchase program. And originally there were some thoughts, just about expanding the former programs, expanding them just a little bit. But then when the situation at the financial markets deteriorated, So they had to introduce some set of measures which would first help to stabilize the market, which would also protect the credit supply, the credit supply to the real economy, so that the commercial banks would be able to lend to the real economy, and also that they would neutralize the risk of deflation. And there are several measures. You know, the first two that I put there, like the Totro and Peltro, those consisted pretty much in pumping more liquidity into the system. But there were also other measures. Some of them were like the collateral easing. If you know, if a bank wants to borrow, it needs to put a collateral to the central bank, and not everything is accepted as a collateral. So there was some collateral easing. And the main measure was this pandemic emergency purchase program. And now I'm going to say just a few words about this program. So it was introduced already in March 2020. So right at the beginning of this pandemic crisis, and the initial envelope was 750 billion euros, which first seemed to be very high, and was actually much higher than what the previous programs were. But still later, it showed that actually it had to be increased. It had to be increased, and first it was increased to 1.3 trillion, and now it has been increased in December last year actually to 1.8 trillion euros. So what is the main purpose, or what is the purpose of this pandemic emergency purchase program? It actually consists again in purchases of some assets. So that means that the European Central Bank or the European or the Euro system, which, as I said before, is the European Central Bank and the national central banks of the states that have euro. They start purchasing some assets, some financial assets from both private and public sector. So those will be securities and debt, like the corporate debt and the public debt. And what is the key for these purchases? Actually, the decision is made at the ECB. You know, the ECB has several bodies, and I would say one of the most important bodies is the Governing Council. And at the Governing Council, there are decisions taken about these purchases. And actually, at this Governing Council, there are the heads of the central banks from the states that adopted euro. So there is just like the joint decision made, and then the European Central Bank on the one hand, and the national central banks of the states that have euro, they start purchasing these bonds. And they actually purchase them according to the euro system capital key, which, to explain it very briefly, is the key according to which the national central banks participated in the share capital of the European Central Bank. So right now, this euro system is actually buying these bonds, and this program is expected to run till 2023. I'm just going to give you some, so you can have a look at the volumes. You can see that right now, the majority of these purchases relate to the public sector debt. So you can see it's over 800 billion euros. Those are the holdings at the end of March 2021 made actually under this particular program. And next to this program, those are still some of the other programs going on, these programs of the direct purchases of securities. So to make it a little bit more interesting for you, I should also mention the possible disputes connected with this program. One of the core documents in the European Union is a treaty on the functioning of the European Union. And in the Article 123 of this treaty, there is a so-called monetary financing ban. And to describe this ban simply, I could say that it means that the central banks cannot purchase the sovereign debt. They just cannot directly purchase sovereign debt. And there were already cases before the Court of Justice of the European Union relating to the purchases of the public debt. And those cases were connected to the previous programs, to the previous asset purchase programs. And I put here just the two most important cases, the Gauweiler case and the Weiss case. And actually, in this decision, the Court of Justice of the EU said that these purchases made under these unconventional monetary instruments by the Eurosystem, that they are legal, they comply with the EU law, but there are strict conditions for these purchases. And for example, one of these conditions is that the central banks cannot purchase the sovereign debt at the primary markets. They can only purchase it at the secondary markets, which means they cannot just buy the bond directly from the state, but they can buy it, for example, from another investor who bought it before them, like some other commercial bank. And I have to say that while designing this pandemic emergency purchase program, the European Central Bank really paid attention that it complies with these strict conditions for such purchases. So if you were more interested in it, and if you look at the decisions of the European Central Bank, you could find that they really explain or try to explain why the program actually complies with all these requirements. But still, we can expect that there might be some dispute connected with this program. So far, I don't know that there will be anything going on, but maybe in the future it will. And to conclude, I would like to give you just a few ideas about the future of the monetary policy in the European Union, or to be more exact, in the Eurozone. So what are the drivers of further development at the very, very general level? So right now we are still in a very uncertain situation. So a lot of things will depend on the development of the Covid-19 situation. This is the main thing. It's hard to expect, but this is definitely one of the core drivers. The other thing is how the other new tools of monetary policy will develop. Maybe you heard about the central bank digital currency, which is a new concept that is being introduced pretty much all over the world right now. This is like the new type of money which will be issued by the central banks and which will be actually in non-cash form. And there will be several types of uses of this new instrument, but definitely one of these uses would be also in the monetary policy. So it could be used in the monetary policy. So if you are more interested in it, have a look at the website of the ECB and try to find information about digital euro. The project is already going on. So this will be the second driver, how this will develop. The other main driver, I think, is the integration in the fiscal area. This is a very hot topic, very interesting topic, which is being discussed at the EU level. And we can expect that in the future there will be some sort of fiscal union, but we are still not there. We're probably getting there, but it will still take some time. The other main driver is the functioning of the European Stability Mechanism. To explain it very briefly, European Stability Mechanism is one of the financial assistance funds. We could call it like the rescue fund, from which actually there is a financial assistance offered to the states, to the countries that are facing some financial difficulties. And this fund was reformed just the last year, and it is also a big driver, large fund of money, which has a lending capacity of 500 billion euros. So we will see how this fund will work now after this reform. And there are some other main drivers, such as the programs taken at the EU level, like the Next Generation, which is a huge program This is a program which was already adapted at a general level and from which the European economy should be also supported. There are a few new aspects in the financing of the debt in the European Union, like there would be some common bond of the EU issued now under this new program. It is something very new. Before, we don't have that in the EU. Like each country, if it needed financing, it had to issue its own bonds, or sometimes they were established these special funds, and these funds were issuing the bonds, but the EU never, in some large extent, issued a common bond in the past. So right now, there is an agreement that under this EU Next Generation program, the common bond of the EU can be issued to a certain limit. And we will also see the development in the area of public debt of the particular countries and in the competitiveness among the Euro area countries. So those are, I believe, the main drivers upon which the further development of the monetary policy will depend. And this is all from me. I tried to make it short. So thank you for your attention.
Professor Johan, thank you for such interesting and comprehensive report. You can hear me, yes?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Maybe anyone have a question for Professor? But still, I have a question because I have an opportunity to work in the Central Bank of Russia. And now we're planning to cancel some emergency measures for improving the economy under the pandemic of Covid-19. For example, we're planning to cancel preferential mortgage for citizens. Maybe you can tell us about such plannings of European Central Bank. Planning to cancel some measures, or it will be so effectiveness and it will be changed a little bit for improving economy, so on, and in the next time after the pandemic.
So thank you for the question. I'm not sure if I understood correctly the question, but if I did, so you were asking in general, what are the consequences of these measures? If I say that briefly, yeah, okay. So, as I explained it at the beginning, each of these steps taken by the European Central Bank, when we look back at 2007, 2008, or then 2010, and now 2020, they aim at a little bit different problems. But in general, I could say that the biggest problem at which the European Central Bank aims right now is the problem with the transmission mechanism. Transmission mechanism in which the state bonds or the sovereign debt is used as a collateral. And right now in the EU, you can see that or in the euro area, there is a single currency, but there are several or even 19 issuers of the sovereign debt. And the thing is that when some of these states have a higher amount of public debt, those are like this sometimes really huge divergences between the sovereign debt yield. And you can actually have a look at it. There is a common measure which is used. It is called like the spread between the German sovereign bond on the one side and the other bonds, because the German bond is considered to be like the safest one. And so when you compare like the spreads in these yields, you can see that in some situation, these spreads are really huge. And what I saw, the latest data, I can at least say that when this program, this pandemic emergency purchase program was tackled, these spreads which were dropped, and right now they are not at so high a level. So at least from this perspective, we could say that this transmission mechanism works probably due to this pandemic emergency purchase program. At least this is my view.
Thank you very much. So it will be monitoring later statistics and other circumstances of the economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maybe any question for Professor? So thank you very much. Maybe we have a question later. Dear participants of our workshop, we can write your question in the chat.
Okay.
So if you have it, please. And now I will turn and will present you then Nicole.
Yeah, hello.
Hello. You are ready to present your presentation?
Yeah, of course. I just would like to introduce the youngest member of the conference, and therefore when you hear some noises or sounds, you know who they are. How?
We would be very glad to hear such noises.
Yeah. So, please wait.
So Nicole will present us the theme about public finance and public sector and the consequences of pandemic on public sector, I think. So I turn the speech to you and switch my microphone.
Yeah, okay. So you see my presentation, I think.
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, thank you. So let's start. For the first, dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nikola Vecherelova, and I'm the student of the doctoral study program at the Department of Financial Law and National Economy on Czech University on Faculty of Law. In my study, I'm focused on European funds and especially European financial funds and the role of these funds in the system of financial law. Firstly, I want to apologize. I have a daughter and some noises. So, sorry, but something is wrong. Please wait. Yeah, it's fine. So, do you hear? No.
Now we don't see your presentation. Maybe I can help.
Yeah, I'm trying again. Please wait. Yeah, here. Now it's working?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, perfect. I would like to mention on the 21st of July, the European Council agreed on the multi-pillar financial framework. And in response to the pandemic situation associated with COVID-19 and temporary recovery instruments like next generation of the UE was agreed. At the same time, from which it appears necessary to find new own resources for the EU and how the European Stability Mechanism ESM could be used to be consequences of the pandemic situation. I focus on ESM and how the ESM was activated as one of the ways to maintain the stability of the euro area and the new fiscal instrument to cover the expenditures. So, for the first time, when we are talking about union budget, which consists from revenue side and income side, I would like to focus on revenue side, which you can see, which consists made up of the three sources, namely are the first one is traditional own resources consisting of agricultural levies. The second one is the source consists from the share of the value add tax, and the third one is the member state's gross national income. So about discussions about the reform of the system, these own resources took place in the field of political and professional debates. And the result of the debates was already before 2014 established these Monti groups, called Monti groups, which consisting of experts looking for adequate solution how to reforming this system of own resources. The result of this work was a final report, and it contains also recommendation for the highest level group on own resources. And in the light of the ideas of linking the single market and European economic growth, the final report, inter alia, point to the appropriate of finding new sources of revenue for the union budget. This reform consists of the new resources. The internal forces resulted in the Council decision on the system of the European Unions, and added 3 reformed traditional own resources and other new resources, also 3 of them. First one is non-recycled plastic package waste. The second one was the corporate tax base. And the third one, the resource is auction revenue under the EU emission trading scheme. In my opinion, the reform of own resources is not the only one step based on which should be income flow to the EU budget. Due to the union response in the form of coronavirus response, there were several negotiations that also result in the establish the new instrument called Next Generation, which is created for supporting, revitalizing and rehabilitation the consequences of the pandemic crisis. So when we see this reform is using the traditional own resources and their reform in the 3 new one. And the effectiveness of reinforcing this decision about new resources is from the 1st of 21 January. In my opinion, on this type of source can be seen as a potential instrument to make pressure on the industrial system, especially it should be lead to the development of innovation way how to use and recycle, for example, the plastic, and the new investment initiatives and opportunities with the potential for economic growth. The effectiveness of reforming decision about new sources is from the 1st of January 2021 and is required ratification of the new one resources decision by the member states per their constitutional requirements. At this point, it is difficult to predict whether, in the context of the unexpected coronavirus response, expenditures, the reform of traditional own resources will generate the expected revenues and will be led to keep the union budget in balance. So we see this table, this graph. You see the 3 traditional resources and the 3 new resources. Here, I present the evolution of sources of the revenue side from year 2018 to 2020, and we will see if they will expect revenues will be keep the budget in balance, as I said. And there's a question how to deal with pandemic situation in future. And how to cover future debt. In connection with the coronavirus response, there have been several discussions about the topic and how to deal with the consequences that this pandemic has caused and will cause. For example, how to secure employment or where to find financial resources to cover unexpected costs and other. I have already stated that one possible solution is to reform the revenue side of the union budget, but there are of course other solutions. The results of these debates have been, among other things, the adoption of some measures, and I'm going to focus on 2 of them. The first one is the activation of the European Stability Mechanisms. It's the Financial Assistance Fund, which was set up based on intergovernmental agreement to ensure and maintain the financial stability of the Eurozone. The members of the Eurozone are entitled to ask for financial assistance from this crisis mechanism in the case when they are in the financial problems or difficulties, or there is an existing potential threat for the financial stability of Eurozone. In connection with the pandemic situation caused by COVID, EU members states, including the euro area states and countries, face social but of course financial difficulties, which have not only a negative impact on national economies. Union, respectively, every group decide the 8th of May 2020 to activate ESM as one of the responses as a safety net on these problems in the Eurozone, and which allocated 240 billion euro for the support and revitalize the economy. This financial support should be used as a loan for the ESM members, and I think it's a really enough money for the Eurozone. But we will see. Sorry, I didn't. So, and 240 billion euros. And this credit line, called extended country credit line, allow purchase to made on the primary market, and loans will be provided to euro area members after fulfillment certain conditions, of course. This credit line supports domestic direct and indirect funding on health care and care cost and prevention, of course. The other instrument, the second one, is the instrument, the next generation, is the new instrument, and it's an instrument to revitalize and rehabilitate the single market in the consequences of the pandemic crisis by this instrument, of course. And this instrument has an amount of 750 million euros and will distribute the help into 3 areas. The first one is to support and revitalize and resilience the member state system. The second one, the support investment plans. And the third one, the straighten research and innovation. I would like to say the new instrument requires financial resources which the Union wants to obtain on the financial markets, same in the ESM, and in the form of issuing bonds, same in the ESM. And it's necessary to add these bonds have a really interesting maturity rate. It's between 3 and 30 years. And the funds raised will be repaid after 2027 and by 2058 at the least. So it's a really long time. So the question is, after the debt and cover the debt after the pandemic situation will be covered, or from which revenue, yeah? And at the current crisis, the negative impact, of course, on the national economies and the single market in legitimate concerns about the fiscal stability of the euro group and euro area and in single markets. And Union has taken several measures to mitigate the effects of the crisis. The extension of traditional own resources could also be and answer the question of where to raise enough funds to cover new expenditures incurred by connection with the coronavirus response. I mentioned one solution was to activate the ESM, which provide funding euro area members. But what about the instruments, the next generation, new instrument? The European Commission is therefore also responsible for the due diligence, financial management of funds. Union is also responsible for the choice of options, how to reimburse incurrent debt. And the Commission is also responsible for choosing how the expenditures will be covered. So, and the repayment period, the loan from the instrument next generation are really long. So it will be very interesting, I think, and in my opinion, to see whether the reform of traditional revenues will bring the expected result of, or where the union will have to find another way to cover the debt. So I think it's really interesting area, and I would like to say thank you for your attention, and there is a place for your questions. Thank you.
Nicole, thank you very much about your report. Maybe on the right of moderator, I have two questions for you.
Yeah.
First of all, you told us about new taxes, new taxation in the European Union. But in Russia, we have some institute like research of tax burden, where scientific analyze the public opinion about new taxation. So could you please tell us, maybe we have in the European Union such instruments where public organizations, citizens give their opinion about new taxes and their effectiveness to analyze the burden of taxation for public sector and economy. And the second question is about effectiveness of new sources of income for European budget. Maybe we have statistics about effectiveness of new types of taxation for cause the debt.
Okay, the taxation is not really my area, but I focus on establishing the common European tax. And the subject of tax would be an unimmutable property, I see, in some papers. So I think it's a really good question for the taxation. It will be the good way to how to cover the debt. I don't think I don't have a opinion to this situation, because I think it's a good, but something is different, and conclusion it will be very difficult to find, and I think we will see. There is a very the area of the taxation is it's not stable, I think, because member states have disagreed to limit this power and respectively to transfer these competencies, which in the consequences with the taxation to the union level is they are not prepared. So I don't know how you are okay with this, with my opinion, but I really don't know how to see and how prepare for the situation to cover the debt. That's the question. That's why I focus on the question how to cover the debt, because everyone wants and need help. But the financial assistance, it's sometimes maybe will be empty. So what we will do? And will the states stay to each other and help to each other to cover the debt, the debt of all of us? So I don't know.
So sorry for such question. Maybe I'm not clear I understand about that, but in Russia we have some institute for cover the public debt of state. We have such institute in budget sphere. New taxation is a way to find new funds for public, for state budget, and it's a way to cover state debt, not but state. So thank you for your mention. It was very interesting. Maybe anyone have a question for Nicole?
The second one was the efficiency of the ESM or the own resources.
Yes, I want to hear your opinion about effectiveness of your resources for European budget.
Yeah. The effectiveness is the European decline from the 1st of January 2021. So we will see the the other states must confirm these changes. So we will see if I have I think from the Stefano, from the first block, the Mr. Laferta from Italy, from University of Milan, he spoke about the ESM and especially about taxation and tax burden and national tax burden, and he mentioned about Germany when Germany's constitutional court which suspends the ratification process. So now for today only 16 countries have submitted this ratification. So we will see how the situation could probably affect. So everything is in the future and no one had the future ball and see the future.
So the time shows us the perspectives. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Maybe I can turn the floor to Andrea. Andrea, I see you now with us. And Andrea is the PhD from Bonn, and she will tell us about impacts of pandemic on the public sector. So let's start, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for introducing me. I would like to add that I'm also working at the Ministry of Finance in Czech Republic, where I deal mainly with legislative, methodological, and conceptual activities in the field of setting up a control system in public administration. And from this also follows my interest in the area, which is the subject of my paper and which I will now introduce you. So let me share my presentation first. It's a very short presentation just to support what I'm going to talk about. So in my work, in my paper, I dealt with the impact of COVID-19 on the audit activity in public sector, specifically on supreme audit institutions and their role in auditing a variety of measures adopted by governments to address the health and economic needs. We are talking about these measures, my colleagues Nicole and Johan talked about them, and also our colleagues before lunch. So there is so many measures, and the role of supreme audit institutions is, from my perspective, very, very important. The government resources to deal with the crisis are severely limited, and COVID-19 pandemic may potentially have greater negative effects than any other economic crisis we experience in several years or maybe decades. This can lead to a weakening of basic control systems and at the same time reduce accountability. A key role to maintaining basic rules and regulations that must be adhered to even during the crisis, or especially during the crisis, can play supreme audit institutions. At the beginning, I've decided to show in my presentation one of the core principles that describe the value and benefits of supreme audit institutions. You can see that from principles IntoSci launched, the main impact of supreme audit institutions is in the minds of custodians of public resources on how well the public resources have been used. The use of public resources or public funds must remain under the supervision of real-time audits, for example, in the areas of procurements, income support payments, grants, loans, or tax reliefs. Supreme audit institutions can contribute to effective government actions by providing advice or audit the implementation of new regulations and programs and help to prevent the cases of fraud and corruption. Their findings, conclusions, recommendations, but also assurances are one of the basic tools that can help the public administration in the difficult task it currently faces. At the beginning, I will deal with the impact of COVID-19 on the actual performance of audit activities. I'll talk a little bit about the term remote auditing. Since last spring, auditors have faced challenges related to restraints like most other professions. These challenges have their specifics in performing audit activities related to, for example, the need to ensure objectivity, obtain sufficient relevant evidence for their conclusions, maintain the quality of communication with the auditees, or anticipate potential risks. The auditor must maintain professional judgment in all circumstances, focus on public interest, and to preserve the fundamental principles. This crisis is showing us what is possible in the performance of audit activity, especially in terms of using new technologies. For example, European Court of Auditors staff switched to distance work immediately, which was no problem, especially due to technical background. The transition to the remote or distance form of work was related to the failure of publishing only few activities and only for a few weeks. The concept of remote auditing in particular is gaining ground. Restriction of personal contact is a fundamental yet invincible limitation for the performance of audit. Although the concept of remote auditing is by no means new, it's now gaining its full meaning and represents the only possible alternative for both auditors and auditees. Under the term remote auditing could be understood, or I understand, the performance of the audit completely off-site. Such an audit performance is in principle no different from a traditional audit and brings at first sight visible benefits, such as reduction of travel costs, reduction in the administrative burden on auditees, or improvements in the use of IT technology. On the other hand, the direct contact of the auditor with the auditee, which enables seeing processes firsthand and creating a rapport with him and passing on information, recommendations, observations for improvements or best practices is lost. This direct contact is lost. Auditors are somehow expected to be present and visible, assuring their readiness to respond with timely audit products to enhance accountability. An undisputable negative is also the risk that the auditee will present doctored documents or conversely conceal information that could be ascertained by performing an on-site audit. The need for remote work or distant work is particularly evident in documentation review, interviews, communications, and meetings with auditees. Although electronization in public administration is already well advanced, many documents remain in analog form, and their transfer to electronic form can be a significant problem. After the conversion of analog documents into electronic form, of course, other questions arise regarding the format of documents, their size, and how to move a large number of documents in digital form. The interviews and other communication with the auditee may be partially replaced by the use of accessible technology that enables online two-way communication. The use of various technologies in auditing is associated with the need to ensure the cybersecurity of all data, and of course, with the risk of leakage of confidential information increase enormously. The second area I dealt with was the impact of COVID-19 on the work program or audit program or audit plan, if we can say. I'll show you some examples of modifications of Supreme Audit institutions, modifications Supreme Audit institutions made and the approach they took. Measures adopted by governments to address the immediate health and economic needs arising from the pandemic changed the risk environment, which is the basic guide for setting up activities of Supreme Audit institutions and directly impacts on the work to be undertaken across its performance audits, financial audits, and also other assurance activities. Of course, first of all, it was necessary to make certain changes to the work program in connection with the reduction of normal capacity due to the non-availability of staff. Second, Supreme Audit institutions had to, and of course still need to, identify all changes and assess their impact on the risk assessment and implement the process to modify the audit work programs based on the updated risk assessment. One of the most comprehensive responses to the crisis from my viewpoint is the response of the Australian National Audit Office. Australian National Audit Office has reacted to this challenge for auditing COVID-19 related measures with a very detailed multi-year strategy. Their strategy provides a balanced program of activity that is informed by risk and that promotes accountability, transparency, and improvements of public administration. It's a strategy for performance audits and is divided into 3 phases, including the economic stimulus and social support packages, as well as the management of related risk, such as system and technology changes, fraud, information management, privacy, compliance, and regulatory effectiveness. In the first phase, 5 audits are planned, which will examine in particular how the audited entities manage and respond to rapid development and implementation of COVID-19 measures, the achievements of objectives, IT systems development, and data integrity. By the end of 2020, 3 of these audits had already been carried out. So they are very effective and their approach was very quick and on point. In the second phase of their strategy, according to this strategy, Australian National Audit Office plans to focus on policy design, implementation and performance assessment, evaluation and dissemination of lessons learned. I forgot to move my presentation, I'm sorry. And in the third, final phase, the Australian National Audit Office will review the outcomes of the COVID-19 response, including post-pandemic assessment of the achievement of outcomes, recovery plans, dissemination of lessons learned, the readiness of government systems and processes to respond to future crises. The Australian National Audit Office strategy has clearly defined goals and can be an example of properly grasping the role of the Supreme Audit institutions in overcoming this crisis. On the other hand, I'm a little bit disappointed by the current direction of the Supreme Audit Office in the Czech Republic, which in the second half of the year 2020 carried out an audit of the purchase of personal protective equipment, but its work program for 2021 does not indicate any effort to contribute to the fight against the consequences of the global COVID-19 pandemic. So I would say I'm a little bit disappointed, and I would expect more. Major role of Supreme Audit institutions in auditing COVID-19 is also emphasized by the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, INTOSAI, which operates as an umbrella organization for the external government audit community. INTOSAI launched an INTOSAI COVID initiative that offers assistance to Supreme Audit institutions by sharing best practices, training, remote work tools, and developing lessons learned. I only inserted the web page of this initiative for both INTOSAI and EUROSAI. If you are interested in the audit, I really recommend to check these websites. There is so many very good documents and information about auditing in this time. And also EUROSAI is offering similar assistance. It started a project audit of responses to COVID-19 pandemic. So also very recommended to check this website. In conclusion, I would like to also focus very briefly on the reaction of the European Court of Auditors. The European Court of Auditors, also referred to as guardian of the European Union finances, is the European Union's independent external auditor. The European Court of Auditors' role consists of assessing the performance and added value of European Union spending and regulatory action. The European Court of Auditors responded to the COVID pandemic by changing the work program by a number of measures related to the actual performance of audit and consulting activities, and also by focusing risk analysis in their further planning. Already at the beginning, in April 2020, European Court of Auditors received a formal request for an opinion from the European Parliament on the European Commission's proposal to mobilize European structural investment funds to mitigate the effects of COVID. The European Court of Auditors, in their opinion, stated that the measure is necessary in the short term, but also highlighted the risks associated with the design and implementation of these measures. These were mainly the impact of the proposed modification of payment appropriations to the European Union budget. European Court of Auditors has also decided to add 2 new COVID-19 related reviews to the program in order to point out how the European Union and member states have dealt with the effects of pandemic. Specifically, it was review risks, challenges, and opportunities in the European Union's economic policy response to the COVID-19 crisis, and the second review, the European Union's initial contribution to the public health response to COVID. The reviews provide a descriptive overview and help to identify specific issues requiring further, more detailed audit work. Both reviews are based mainly on public information and information enhanced by the results of a survey of member states' fiscal authorities. The review risks, challenges and opportunities in the EU economic policy response to COVID crisis provide analytical description of the measures launched by both European Union and member states level and identify risks, challenges and opportunities for the future of European Union economic coordination from the perspective of the European Union external auditor. The second review covers actions taken in the first half of the year 2020. So it's an initial response to the pandemic. This review focuses on the three areas: the use of the European Union framework for dealing with cross-border threats to health, the additional actions taken by the Commission and European Union agencies to support the provision of supplies of medical and personal protective equipment, and European Union support for the research and development of COVID-19 tests, treatments, and vaccines. The preparation of the work program for 2021 of European Court of Auditors have already been fundamentally affected by the identified or expected impacts of the COVID and the risks related in the particular to the measures applied. In the four strategic areas of European policies and programs on which the European Court of Auditors plans to focus, there is, for example, a special audit focused on European Union effectiveness in supporting the development of COVID-19 vaccines and procuring adequate quantities of such vaccines to cover the identified needs, or audit to examine whether the coronavirus response investment initiative rapidly mobilized ESI funds to address the COVID-19 challenges. And other COVID-19 related audits are also part of the work program, for example, in the field of free movement, resilience of the European Union institutions and bodies, or passengers' rights. So this was just very short summarization of what I was trying to deal with in my work. I was trying to summarize my observations from the current impacts of COVID pandemic on the performance of audit activities, and also on work plans, on the modifications or of work program or work plans of Supreme Audit institutions. I'm really trying to avoid a generalized conclusion whether Supreme Audit institutions have taken on their key roles sufficiently or correctly, because the evaluation is still premature, and I also in the short period of time had a chance only to look at several Supreme Audit institutions, especially those from English-speaking countries. So it's really soon to come with a real conclusion whether it was sufficient or correct. So I will stop here and get to the end of my presentation. And all I can do is just to thank you for your attention, and I'm ready here for any questions.
Andrea, thank you very much for your report. My name is Katerina. You can call me just Kate. It's easier. The question: what would you think are the most universal ways, or even tools, to protect confidential information during remote audit?
So I'll just repeat your question, so I'm sure I understood properly. You're asking me what's the best tool to protect
the information, confidential information.
Confidential information. It's a very difficult question. Actually, we were discussing this also with internal auditors and external auditors. From my point of view, it's the question of technology mostly and cybersecurity, and this is very different in every country. For example, in Czech Republic, we are very strongly focused on cybersecurity in all public administration, but I cannot talk for other audit institutions in other countries. And talking about the tools, I'm afraid I'm not gonna answer your question very good, because this is very specific for me, and me, I like a lawyer and a methodologist. I'm not really focusing on the tools, but from what I've heard, I'm not sure I remember right. No, I'm sorry. So yeah, it depends on the technology of the country, and especially for the cybernetic security, I would focus on it, and specific tools. Well, I could recommend to check the website. I had in my presentation for IntoSci recommendations. There is a specific field talking about the remote auditing tools, so we might find the answer there.
Thank you very much.
I have a question, please. Can I?
Of course.
Thank you, first of all, Andrea, for your presentation. It was so interesting. And the question that I want to ask you is why you highlight this Australian auditing document, and what the advantages of this document? Why this document?
Oh, the answer is quite short and simple. I was looking for modifications of work plans and also for strategies of supreme audit institutions in the world, especially those English speaking. And this was the one that stood up because their strategy was very detailed, and it had the goals were set very specifically. They said, like, in this period we're going to do these 5 audits, and in the next period we're going to do this performance audits, and we're going to focus on these objectives. In most of the supreme audit institutions, strategies, or if there was a strategy, were mostly very general objectives. So it wasn't measurable in the future, but here with Australian audit institution with this one, it really stood up. I was like, this is how it should work. This is a great example, because objectives has to be measurable, and also objectives of supreme audit institutions. So we can say that they are effective, and we can see that what they did actually had some impact.
Thank you. I also have a question. Can I ask?
Of course.
Of course. First of all, thank you for your interesting presentation. And I have a question about your homeland. Are there control activities in the work program for 2021 of the Supreme Audit Office of the Czech Republic, which are related to the assessment of the consequences of the pandemic?
So just to make sure, you are asking if there are some modifications in the work plan for 2021 in Czech Republic?
Okay. Yes, yes.
Yeah, that's where my disappointment is, because last time I checked, there was nothing in connection with COVID or with measures that were taken by our government. And also, well, it might be just a funny story. They started audit of Treasury and Ministry of Finance right now, and we're expecting it's gonna be remote audit. But they just knocked on the door and came in person, which is very interesting. So no, I haven't noticed any COVID-19 related audits in their work plan for 2021.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Yeah.
Sorry, I also have a question.
I wanted to thank you for your wonderful presentation, and it was quite interesting for me because I'm a student of Moscow State University High School of Public Audit, and that's why it was very interesting for me to listen to you. And I want to ask, at the beginning of your presentation, you've mentioned some of the disadvantages of remote public audit. And of course, this remote audit is the consequence of the COVID-19 restraints. But I want to ask, how do you think maybe this digitalization of audit activities is also the consequence of the whole digitalization of all the spheres of our social life? And I mean, maybe it is our future, and we will have no other opportunities in the future, and this audit activity will be digitalized.
Thank you for this question. It's very interesting because that's something we are talking about quite a lot. Digitalization is something not only auditors but all the professionals in different fields are talking quite a long time. But now with COVID-19, COVID showed us that most of it is actually possible also in this kind of activity. I think that remote audit or audit offsite or from distance is possible, and probably a lot of activities of performing the audit will become digitalized or remote. But still, from my viewpoint, one of the biggest strengths of auditors is being on site and to actually talk with people, because this face-to-face, I would say face-to-face audit brings a lot of positive impact for auditees and also gives great perspective for auditor. So I think that it will continue. COVID helped with this change, but especially in public sector administration, as I can see, this change will be very, very slow.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I agree. In my opinion, offline contact have more positive effect on all the spheres of social contacts.
Thank you for your question. It was a very interesting question.
Andrea, thank you very much. We have one more question in the chat. I suppose in different theme it will be repeated previous questions, but still. Julia Timasheva asked you about general influence the pandemic on the public and commercial audit. Maybe you can tell us something about that.
Yeah, so interaction of public and commercial audit in general. This is a very, very general question. I'm not really sure where it aims. Are we talking about the external auditors doing their audits commercially and public audit? I can say only my experience from Czech Republic. There is a huge difference between the commercial and public sector audit, and the reason is quite clear. Commercial audits are well focused and are based on contracts, while the public and they are focusing on the private interest, while the public administration audit is focused on the public interest. So there is this huge difference. And talking about how COVID affects the interaction, well, I'm a little bit lost here. You can see, not really sure I know where I'm aiming and where the question is aiming. I got lost a little bit in what I said. I'm sorry. So if you, Julia, could specify the question a little bit, I might.
Thank you. I satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. It's great. Thank you very much, Andrea. And I'm very glad to hear such interesting reports from our foreign colleagues. We are concerned very interesting questions in our topics, and maybe you can hear our topics under which workshop. We'll switch to the next topic, which Andrea has already mentioned in her report about leakage and protection of the information during the audit. But still, our students will speak about data protection in the finance sphere, which was also caused by pandemic in a big way. Still, let me introduce some brief report about types of information according to Russian law. I hope you can see my presentation. And now I will start. It's a brief report about legal regimes of information according to Russian legislation. In my report, I will introduce you which types, and I think it will be useful for our workshop. As you know, digitalization is a global trend for our world, for our development. During the pandemic of Covid-19, we faced with new electronics, tools and models of data access. As a result, we can speak about that information has become, especially information in electronic form, has become available assets that requires protection at the data level. In Russian Federation, we have the concept on the information. It is the data, regardless of their format on their presentation. And also our legislation defines the parties between their relationship about the data and information. First of all, we should name the data owner. It's a person or company which is owner of information or which information is about. The next party is a data operator. Is a person or organization which have an access for this information on legal basis. And we have third parties, any third parties, person who had not legal access or any access to the information. Russian regulation provides the main principles of working with data is the confidentiality of the information. The basis of such guarantee is the regimes of information. The relevant regime describes the procedure of access to third parties to the relevant information, the rules of its distribution, which can be determined by both the data owner or according to the law or contract. So let's turn to the first classification. We have two models of access to information: public information, generally known information, and other information, which access is not restricted according to law or contract, and restricted access information. The regime of restricted access information is established only by federal laws in order to protect the constitutional order, morality, health, rights of person, and the ensure of defense of country. At the same time, depending on the type of specific information, its owner can change its category. For example, published or post his or her personal data at the social media. Moreover, the data operator has legal basis to share or give access to restricted information for third parties, especially for governmental authority. Restricted information includes various types of secrets: banking, tax, commercial, medical, or lawyer secrets. As as well as the information which has special connection with person or economic activity. We call it personal data. At the same time, it's important to understand that restricted access regime establishes the scope of rights and obligation of data operator, including the rules for providing such information to third parties. The key characteristic of restricted access information is the confidentiality, which is provided by the data operator according to requirements of law or the contract with data owner. In addition, we have models of access to information, and we have models of the data distribution. The first type is freely distributed information like laws, some information about state and public activity of state affairs, I suppose. The second is information provided by agreement of the person. For example, we can make an agreement with the bank, and this organization can publish that we are a client of this bank. The third type in information is provision according to the federal law. This, according to this type, we distribute the bank and tax secrets. And the last one types of data distribution is confidential information which prohibited or restriction in distribution like state secret. For banking activities, it is extremely important to ensure the regime of bank secrecy, as I suppose, and confidentiality of personal data of its client. For telecom operators, it's also important to keep the regime of communication secrecy. Leaks of restricted access information, in particular, obtained unauthorized access to them or distributing them without the consent of the owner of information, entail not only the risk of finance losses for data owner, but also operational and reputational risk for banks and operators of and data operator. So we turn to the report about specific Russian regulations requirement to banks during the data protection, and I pass the word to Ekaterina Bakulina.
Thank you, Elizaveta. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Our project, Risk Identification and Information Leakage Investigation in Financial Organizations. Next, please. Was prepared by a group of students from Moscow State University. Now I'm going to tell you about the leakage of classified information in favor of third parties. Let's take a look at restricted access information. We intend to study the measures made to prevent leakage of classified information in banks. In this session, we are interested in information known as personal data, data in respect of partners and clients of the bank. Here you can see some regulatory acts adopted by Russian Central Bank. We took as a basis this regulation and we used its basic provisions applicable to banks as a form of the credit organization. Let us dwell on measures to prevent the restricted access information leakage on the example of Russian major bank, Sberbank. On the slide, you can see the main provisions of internal documents, such as the information policy of Sberbank and the document on the regulation of conflict interest. An important aspect is the client verification and identification of information security risk, which is part of the operational risk management system. Operational risk, it is risk associated with the performance of a company's business functions, including the risk of fraud and external events. A channel for leaking restricted information, for example, personal data, is a method of transmitting information from the source of information to the recipient. What do we mean by personal data? It is first name, last name, and passport data, date of birth, telephone number, and payment card number. Attackers easily simulate dialogue with a client representing themselves as bank employees in order to get access to clients' data. On the assumption that the data may only be known to them, the victim is deceived by eventually reporting control words, confirmation codes, and other information that allows fraudsters to withdraw money from the accounts belonging to the client. Then the attackers sell the obtained data on shadow sites. The effectiveness and the scope of the consequences of these crimes will depend on how faithfully credit and other financial sector organization will comply with the laws and regulation of the Russian Central Bank, including the regulatory procedures for access, use and transmission data, as well as the rules for their placement in cloud storage. In this regard, at the same time as the fight against leaks, it is necessary to carry out preventive work both with the employees and clients of credit organization. I give the floor to my colleague Angelina.
Thank you. Now I'm going to tell you about internal investigation of classified information leakage and legal responsibility for leakage. As punishment for accidental leakage of information to employee is most often used only reprimand. According to the study, 34% of Russian companies practice such a measure. The most common form of punishment for data leakage is the dismissal of the person responsible for the incident, as 37% of companies do. Working on remotes creates new risk for information security. These risks are associated not only with technical aspects, but also with mental threats due to recording employees' loyalty in the face of economic turbulence. According to the analysis agency, the number of leaks increased by 2.5 agents by a background of remote work during the pandemic. In this regard, on March 27, new penalties for personal data breaches come into force by the federal law of February 24, number 19. Then I'm going to tell about where to start and internal investigation into informational leakage. Next slide, please. Thank you. Even the idea of what relates to personal data and what does not may be different among the company employees. First of all, a single center of competence needs to be created. This does not have to be a department or a dedicated working group. One experienced person is enough for a small organization. And the main thing is that it has the authority necessary to ensure a unified approach to the protection of personal data. Then we should structure information about the process of personal data processing. For example, who own it, for what purpose, and in what companies. Then internal and external shareholder will be of good interest when complying the registry. Within the company can be, for example, business owner of data, lawyers and marketers, and in external, for example, clients. This will be useful in building response procedures. And then it is important to identify events that indicate a possible link. Without well-established identification procedures, effective responses are out of the question. And then we can react to an event you don't know about. Then I'm going to tell and talk about how to identify the event as that singular link. First of all, it's a technology. If you can use technology, use them. For example, DLP system, information system, log analytic tools, and other monitoring tools can be useful. At the same time, it is important to remember that the determining factor is not the available of software, but put up-to-date information about the process of processing personal data, event, point to link, and their regular analysis. Then it's delegated with cases. What does it mean? It means that all employees, customers, and others can talk about the link. They should be given that opportunity, and it's very important. The communication channel should be minimized and as simple as it possible. It is important that external channel can be easily found, and internal should be known to all employees. Requirements for timely information of your company's representative about personal data security breaches should be increased in the contract. Then monitoring the information space. There are programs that, according to the keywords, collect publication in the media. It is not only internal internet media, but it also, for example, radio and TV, as well as social network. Such monitoring allows us to identify links and have not yet been identified in other ways, and to respond on them on time. And the last one, it's control pitches. Representatives of your company may act as individuals who buy the personal data of your customers, knowing exactly what data is being bought, and this systems where it's process, you can check who accept that information, and thus go out to the ethics. Then I would like to tell about how to deal with a link within the company. First of all, it is right to classify incident, and it is very important. All previously identified methods are aimed at identifying thing of leakage, but not every incident involving information security will involve practice breaches and real leakage of personal data. And if you respond to everything, it is the same way that may simply not to be enough time to truly critical cases. Then it's we need to form a cross-function group. To clarify the information about the event may require the involvement of related units, primarily the center of competence of personal data. The composition of the response team and the criteria of the involvement of individuals should be determined in advance. And in the word in advice, it is a key when we talk about effective response. Then determine how to respond in advance. It should be as delicate as possible. This would reduce the time it takes and take to the necessary measure. Then control the interim. At each stage of the response, a response officer must be identified to monitor the interim deadlines. Timely identification of hitches will allow timely compensating measure and reduce the total recording time. And the last one, it's a total recording and compensatory measure. It is recommended that you report on the indicate and, more importantly, take action to prevent similar events in future, whether it is a real leak of false trigger. And then I give the follow to my colleague Asmik.
Thank you, Angelina. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Now I am going to tell you about IT solutions into secure and limit access to classified information. My presentation will continue for about 5 minutes, so now we can start. First of all, I should say that there are many different IT solutions to secure and limit access to classified information in the modern world, but in this part, I will tell you about 3 the most popular methods of protection because they are most suitable for financial organizations. I want to start with DLP systems. Data leak prevention respectively serve to prevent leakage, reformat information, and redirect information flows. Among the advantages of this system are automatic interception and processing of information. The next advantage is integration with the domain system. And the next one is delineation of access rights. Despite the advantages of this system, there are still some limitations. And the first one is that the need for organizational and technical measures to bring the DLP system to comply with requirements of the federal law. And the next disadvantage is the need to allocate large amounts of storage. And the last one is long-term rollout. So the next one is CIEM systems, Security Information and Event Management. The system can quickly detect external and internal attacks, analyze incidents and events, assess the level of protection of the information system, form reports, and other analytics. CIEM systems simultaneously collect and analyze a large amount of data, so they can detect attacks very quickly. However, the software is demanding the power of hardware devices, and when installing, it is necessary to provide additional reserves. So the next method, with the advent of a large number of free internet access points, the means of protecting information from unauthorized access are actively developing to protect the network and data from outsiders. They identify and authenticate devices and users, record processes and programs, manage information flows between devices, scan media, and do a lot of other things. An example of such a program is OpenID Connect, which was fixed in the Russian Central Bank. This system allows internet resources to verify the identity of the user based on the authentication performed by the authoritarian server. OpenID Connect also identifies additional mechanisms for secure encryption and digital signature. The standard allows you to take advantage of additional features such as session management and detection of OpenID providers. And to conclude everything, I should say that each organization, each financial organization can make its own decisions about how to protect information. And this decision is made by the security department, and many financial institutions use multiple information protections. Some are used to protect employees, others to protect customers' data. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor to my colleague, Margaret.
Thank you, Asmik. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And today I would like to present to you my report about financial and reputational risks, negative effects for all participants, and impact on the investment climate in the country. So, information leaks from financial segment organization in 2018 have been registered all over the world, and reports of leaks included the names of organizations such as Allianz, Citigroup, Deutsche Bank, UniCredit, Wells Fargo, and also incidents involving alleged leaks at a number of major Russian banks were widely reported. The leaks have affected clients of financial institutions from different continents and countries, including India, Pakistan, Brazil, and Nigeria. And the pattern of the leaks in the region is generally attributable to technological features. And developed countries do not always widely use modern technology in the financial sector. Sometimes developing countries demonstrate unviable success in the development of IT and information security. Financial market participants are well aware that the problem of information leaks has the status of an emergency event. The highest managers usually comment cases of leaks from their companies. C-suite executives, such as chairman of management and the board of directors, usually provide comments on the cases of leaks in their companies. At the slightest suspicion, banks are forced to receive plastic cards, pay for audit and financial monitoring of accounts of affected clients. And there is a significant amount of money. For example, Equifax spent about $3,000 million for financial monitoring, which was the result of the data leak of 1,047 million Americans in 1917. If the legislation of the country where the bank is registered requires mandatory written notification of customers affected by the leak, such mailings require huge expenditures. And information leaks from financial sector organizations are also expensive due to the close attention of individual states to the topic of information security. And for example, the compromise of customer data cost the French Active Assurance 180,000 euros. At the same time, it wasn't established whether someone used the compromised information for an illegal purpose. Companies are only responsible for the fact of improper data security. And in Russia, in 2018, the share of leaks from financial segment organization accounted for 13.2% of the total number of recorded leaks. And the obvious difference between the dynamics of Russian and global leaks from financial segment organization is explained, on the one hand, by the relatively low base from which the number of leaks in Russia is growing. Leaks from banks and insurance companies were recorded and published infrequently until recently. However, there is another aspect. Probably in our country, the public interest in data leaks in the financial sphere is extremely high, even compared to the American and Western European society, which is traditionally concerned about data security. Reports about real or alleged, later unconfirmed data leaks from banks and insurance companies are widely replicated in the Russian media and appear on the front pages of business newspapers. So now I want to tell about risk identification. Risk identification is the process of taking stock of an organization's risks and vulnerabilities, and raising awareness of this risk in the organization. It is the starting point for understanding and managing risks, activities central to effective management of financial institutions. However, many legacy risk identification processes have not fully solved institutions' risk management needs, particularly those related to firm-specific stress testing and identification of the firm's largest vulnerabilities. These processes were not sufficiently comprehensive and deep enough, failing to highlight key underlying drivers of risk. This, in turn, led to critical gaps in risk management. Overarching the categories of financial, operation, and policy risk is a reputational risk. Reputational risk can be considered as a secondary, in that reputation damage usually is caused by a loss or failure in the areas of policy, operations, or finances. And however, given the importance of credibility to central banks, reputational damage can be their greatest concern. And reputation risk can occur when there is a mismatch between public perceptions and the actual objective and resources of the central bank. And serious misconduct, human or system failures of major difficulties in meeting objective are not frequent among central banks, but they can seriously damage credibility when they do occur. Questions concerning ethical behavior and core principles such as honesty and integrity can pose a more ordeal test than pure legal issues, that is, litigation against the organization. And goes without saying, the low confidence of citizens in the central bank generates a drop in the investment attractiveness of the country, and otherwise the high reputation of the regulator, the digital environment of the trust, and the protection of investors and consumers significantly increase the investment attractiveness of the state. So I give the floor to my colleague, Julia.
Thank you. Let me speak about financial organizations' risks of information leakage in transactions made by agents. So banks and other credit institutions may cooperate with payment agents to carry out transactions. And these agents can be legal entities and even individual entrepreneurs. It's important that the paying agent has the right to identify clients. And these entities are not specialized financial organizations, and responsibility of banks is expanded. They are obliged to exercise control over the activities of agents. This condition is formalized in contracts concluded between banks and agents. The issue of preventing information leakage through the agents involved is becoming more topical. And the legal regulation of the control of credit institutions over these attracted agents is regulated both by laws and by secondary regulation or by bylaws, most of which is developed by the Bank of Russia. And a new regulation of the Bank of Russia 719 has been prepared to replace the regulation 382. Which will enter into force in 2022. Let us consider the practice of applying the current regulation. The next slide, please.
of applying the current regulation in contractual relations with attracted agents on the example of such credit institutions. And as we can see, unfortunately, among the three organizations studied, only one clearly regulates information protection measures, specifies and clarifies general provisions. And joint stock company Bank Russia or Bank Russia prohibits the combination of the same person functions for the administration of automated workstation and participation in the transfer of funds. And, for example, establishes the obligations of employees to not disclose their ID, username, and password, and others. And it's important that the specification of general provisions in a particular contract always regulates the relations between the subjects in more detail. And it's important for understanding of their activities by themselves. And consumers of financial services should take it into account. And however, it's necessary to note a positive trend in the development of regulation. And the new regulation 719 establishes mandatory requirements for the protection of information by payment agents, which were not regulated earlier. And a requirement is introduced to inform the Bank of Russia and not the credit institution about events. And in addition, it's important to note that the need for credit institutions, the next slide, please, for credit institutions themselves to develop information protection through clear and detailed regulation of contracts with agents, as well as through, for example, familiarization of the agent with the information security policy of the bank or of the non-bank organization. And the proposed measures are intended to prevent information leakage due to the involvement of third-party organizations to carry out payment transactions. And thank you for your attention. We are ready to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. And I saw some questions in the chat, but let me interrupt you for some time because we will have some problems with time management, as you can see, because we have translation on the quarter of 4 o'clock. So if you I want invite the next group maybe, and we can make a question under the both speeches. So first group about leakage of information and the next about e-banking. It is okay?
It's okay, we agree.
It's okay, yes.
Sorry for such a situation, but still maybe we should make a report and after that discuss the problem questions. So I invite next group and make a demonstration of e-banking. So let's start. And you can see the presentation, yes?
Yes.
So you can start, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Today, my colleagues and me are going to focus on information security in e-banking operations in general and on analyzing the risks of e-banking in terms of digitalization, as well as the ways to manage those risks in particular. We are looking forward to your questions after the presentation of the last part of our topic. So let me begin. I'm going to speak about mandatory and internal banking rules applicable to e-banking operations. E-banking is rather popular in Russia as far as the territory of the country is large and people prefer to save their time by not visiting bank's office but using gadgets to access their bank account. According to the statistics of financial affordability presented by the Russian Central Bank, total amount of bank accounts with remote access has increased from 24.8% to 26.3% in 2019. Other research results show that the amount of operations without the concept of bank's clients has raised as well in 2020 in comparison with the previous year. Nevertheless, mandatory regulation of e-banking lags. There are no direct rules concerning banking operations on the internet. The Russian Central Bank provides certain recommendations to credit organizations to prevent fraudulent operations. In the information letter of the Russian Central Bank number 36C are enumerated legal risks of e-banking application. One of them is imperfection of the legal system. In the same information letter of the Russian Central Bank number 36T, the term e-banking is stated. So e-banking is remote banking service method practiced by credit organizations on the internet and including informative and operating interaction with them. However, the information letters of the Russian Central Bank are not binding, so this gap in law results in maladministration of remote banking and therefore fraudulent operations with bank accounts. Internal bank regulation applicable to e-banking includes user agreements. In such documents, banks state that they are not responsible for any wrongful operations with the client's bank accounts. Notwithstanding, there are certain measures taken by banks to prevent fraud. The Russian Central Bank issues statistics, information letters, reviews concerning e-banking. In 2019 was issued a new regulation number 683P. According to these documents, have been established requirements for ensuring the protection of information in the course of banking activities. The goal is to prevent transfers of customers' funds without consent. Security information that is mentioned in such documents is the information mentioned. The first one is in e-messages. It's the information that is sent from the bank clients or the employee of the organization. Another is authorization information, is client's login and password, for example. Another one is information about provided bank operations. And the last but not the least is the information of cryptographic keys. It's the information that is ciphered clients by the bank. The Russian Central Bank has introduced in February 2021 some methodological recommendations as well. These recommendations suggest credit organization first to use methods that provide for the most effective client informing. The second one is to check on what was done regularly. And the last is to inform clients about risks of unauthorized transactions by, for example, presenting the information on the screen of the app, on the screens of ATM machines, via SMS, and mentioning the topic in the advertising of a credit organization. There is also a website run by the Russian Central Bank called Financial Culture, which includes the caution frauds column. In this subdivision can be found many articles on the mentioned topic. Fraud warning short videos created by the Russian Central Bank cannot be found only on YouTube, but in the metro as well. In modern trains, there are TV screens that transmit news, educational videos, and entertaining programs. Credit organizations are quick to follow the Russian Central Bank's instructions. Sberbank's Caution Frauds blog provides articles and some videos to help people avoid being caught by fraud's lies. Raiffeisen Alpha banks have informative instruction on financial security as well. So thank you very much for your attention. I give the floor to my colleague Anastasia, who will tell us about anti-fraud platform.
Thanks. And I'm going to tell you about anti-fraud IT platform as a unique Russian solution for security of e-banking operations. In the absence of legal regulation and also in the context of pandemic, there was an increase in the number of financial transactions carried out through mobile banks during 2020, and so an increase in number of cases of fraud using online banking. That is why mobile operators and banks independently tried to create a system that would counteract fraudulent actions through e-banking and ensure the safety of funds in the accounts of banks' clients. Several major Russian banks and mobile operators tested the so-called anti-fraud platform in the first quarter of 2020. According to the results of testing, Tinkoff Bank and mobile operators Tinkoff Mobile, MTS, Tele2, and Megaphone launched the Tinkoff Call Defender platform. Why Tinkoff Bank? Tinkoff is the third largest bank in the country by the number of active customers. It's also one of the world's biggest online banks with over 12 million customers. 80% of high-quality employees are IT specialists, so the bank specialized on machine learning, artificial intelligence, and biometrics. Therefore, it's not surprising that Tinkoff Bank was the first to launch an anti-fraud platform. So how does the platform work? The anti-fraud platform provides for real-time data exchange between the bank and mobile operators. Prior to the launch of the platform, the bank transmits to the mobile operator database with the numbers of bank employees and a database of fraudulent numbers that is generated by the bank itself and by the bank's clients through its website or mobile app. With the launch of the platform, by using special software, at the time of the call, there is automatic data synchronization during which the mobile operator can see whether a call is made with a number substitution. What is number substitution? As the head of Information Security Department of Sachinform, Alexei Drozd explained to us, when A person calls B person can see the phone number that appears on his smartphone screen. This is called the caller ID. It can be changed. This is what fraudsters use, replacing their caller ID with a short bank number. For example, 900 is the number of one of the largest Russian banks, Sber. Therefore, bank clients seeing a caller ID that is the same as the bank's one, they believe that they are actually being called by a bank employee. Now let's return to the role of mobile operator in the working of a platform. The operator either sees the fraudulent number from database 2 and then interrupts the call, or it sees the substitution of the number and through the platform sends the request to the bank to find out whether the call was initiated by the bank. If no confirmation of authenticity is received, the platform registers the number as fraudulent and sends a message about it to the bank. This signal can serve as a marker to protect the client's funds from unauthorized debiting. For example, Tinkoff Bank may suspend atypical bank card transactions after a suspicious call to a customer until the circumstances are clarified. According to Tinkoff Bank, Tinkoff Call Defender can determine the nature of various types and scenarios of fraudulent action calls, including number substitution in 8 out of 10 cases. As we learned from the interview with the representative of Sachinform company, another solution to the problem is possible if a platform could automatically search the first minute of the phone conversation for the presence of standard necessary phrases that are used by fraudsters, such as "I'm the bank employee," or "there is a suspicious activity on your account," or "someone is trying to issue a loan to you," and so on. The platform would be able to search for a set of words, and if there are enough of them, identify the call as fraudulent and suspend it. Such a solution would be effective for older people who, despite the bank warning, still believes fraudsters and call them their personal data. Nevertheless, this raises the question of security of personal data that may be violated by such an interference in conversations. Therefore, the anti-fraud platform remains the most developed solution to the problem. It should be noted also that the working of Tinkoff Call Defender applies only to clients of Tinkoff Bank, who at the same time are clients of mobile operators involved in the project. A number of other major banks also announced the launch of their own anti-fraud platforms in third and fourth quarters of 2020, but didn't disclose the content of it. As the representative of the mobile operator Tele2 correctly noted, the value of the anti-fraud platform increases to the consolidation of bases of all major mobile operators. The same applies to banks. The effectiveness of the whole system can be significantly increased if it's extended to the entire territory of the country by creating a single anti-fraud platform. Thank you for your attention. I give my floor to my colleague who will tell us about cryptographic algorithms.
Magomed, you're with us? Girls, you know about Magomed. He's ready to present his report. Anastasia.
I don't know exactly. I thought he was.
Maybe we can turn to the next speaker.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let me introduce your slides. Sorry, you're ready?
Elizaveta, sorry, there is a question to Anastasia.
Sorry?
There is a question to Anastasia. Anastasia. In the chat.
Yes, Ekaterina, that's fine, but we will ask all the questions after all the presentations done. Thank you.
So let me introduce Victoria, who will present us the possible way of development of e-banking. So, Victoria.
Yeah. Hello, dear colleagues. Theme of my presentation is possible ways of development e-banking in Russian Federation on the example of e-token application. So nowadays in Russia, there are many options on the interpretation of the concept of electronic banking, one of which is electronic banking is a general name of for technologies or remote banking, RBC, in which access to accounts and transactions on them is provided at any time and from any computer that has access to the internet. In turn, remote banking is a general term for technologies for providing banking services on the basis of orders transmitted remotely by client, that is without his visit in the bank, most often using computer and telephone networks. Both concepts are not legislated in Russia nowadays, which is one of the major problems of implementing electronic banking in Russia. Besides, another major problem is a high risk of losing money of the users of banking services, both individuals and legal entities, due to, for example, high criminogenic factor in internet in Russia, and the low level of IT technologies and solutions in the field of electronic banking and internet payments. It is this problem I would like to analyze in details, taking Luxembourg experience as a base. In my opinion, autonomous password generator or electronic token generator can be a solution. So what is an electronic token generator? Password generator is a device which is necessary to get special keys which are entered to confirm transactions using card online. This device can help you, thank you. This device can help you save a lot of time when carrying out transactions because you don't need to wait and the SMS message with a confirmation code, you can just simply generate it using this device. So about this device, next slide please, such a device help us because nowadays in Russia, as you can see, there is only a device on the picture number 1. In my opinion, it's not relevant nowadays because it's kind of very unuseful. So beside only one bank is VTB24, which is using now this electronic token generator, and I would like to introduce the generator on the third picture. So speaking about advantages of this electronic token generator from photograph number 3, we can say that this generator has increased limit on transactions, and also generator it generates new password every 10 seconds. Also, it has compact form factor or its form, and the most important, it has a reliable data protection system. So it's quick and easy to use, and most importantly, for the electronic token, does not require the internet or other devices, for example, tablet, computer, or your phone. It can work on its own. So next slide, please. So actually, how does it work? Let's take an example of ING Bank. Together with the electronic token generator at the bank, you receive your login and password, which you will need to enter into boxes. As you can see on the first screen, there is a user ID and password. In the field OTP, you put the code which is generated on this token generator. So and you can make any purchase on the internet. So that's all on my presentation. I give the floor to my colleague who will tell us about phishing.
Thank you, Victoria. The title of my article is Phishing is a Tool of Financial Fraud in Remote Banking System. Online banking is designed mainly to achieve two objectives. First, increase convenience for the consumer, and second, reducing the cost operations to the banks. Numerous benefits such as lower fee to go online, high interest rates, online viewing of account details and statement information, pay bills, transfer money between accounts, scheduling automatic periodic payments such as rent or loan payments, applying for accounts or loans and managing loyalty points to achieve first objective. In the process, banks are able to reduce cost of operations to some extent, but steep rise in online banking crimes had undermined its success as a few bank customers want to return to borrowing banks keys for secure transaction. The common online banking frauds are hoax emails. A hoax is an attempt to trick an audience into believing that something false is real. Computer viruses. A computer virus is a computer program that can copy itself and infect a computer without permission or knowledge of the user. Spyware, a computer software that is installed on user computer secretly to intercept or take partial control of the user's interaction with the computer without users' informed consent. Your email implying scams. People are lured by the scammers to visit some websites such as social security statement website with a view to steal your information without respect to social security number. Identified theft. Identified theft is a crime in which an imposter obtains key pieces of personal information. Phishing, explained in the next session. Wishing is a cyber crime that uses the phone to steal personal confidential information from victims. Eavesdropping, unauthorized real-time access to intelligence when using wireless connection. What is phishing? It's derived from phishing. Phishing, also called brand spoofing, is a term used for short of fraud, where phishers send out spoof email to a random database to fool the recipient into disclosure of personal information, like credit card details, usernames, and passwords that can be used for identified theft. The four most common types of phishing attacks are spear phishing, wallet phishing, and email phishing. Phishing is one of the most well-known and fastest-growing scams on the internet today. The typical phishing scam involves an email that appears as though it came from a reputable and known service institution or company. The email appears to be legitimate and the actual one. The message generally indicates that due to problems in the institution bank in this case, such as database updates, problem occurred in server, security identified their concerns. The recipient is required to update personal data. The emails include warning to the users that failure to immediately provide the updated information will result in suspension or termination of the account. Almost a third of Russian bank card holders encountered fraud through attempts to find out confidential information or phishing mailings, according to a study by the NAFI Analytical Center. A third of card holders in Russia, 31%, experienced fraud. These were attempts to find out confidential card details by phone or requests for data for a money transfer. Also, card holders received messages or letters with viruses or malicious links, messages confirming or canceling card transactions that they didn't perform. As NFI notes, a quarter of Russian 27% are at risk. They may become victims of fraud because they are ready to inform a bank employee by phone about card data that cannot be reported. Citibank case. The financial losses of Russian business caused by Carpe reached $20 million. Carpe specializes on counterfeiting plastic cards, use internet for receiving information on card holders and card numbers. Phishing messages are received by customers of Citibank. The Russian message reads as, your personal account has accepted wire transfer in foreign currency more than $2,000. According to the agreement of Citibank online, you have to confirm your data or successful accepting money to the account. To confirm this operation, it is necessary to run program of account management and follow proposed instruction. In case of an unconfirmation, wire transfer will be returned to sender. Thank you for your attention. We are ready to answer your questions.
So thank you very much, all students for both groups. It was very interesting to hear your reports about data protection. So we have, as I mean, 10 minutes exactly, but maybe we can prolong our conferential workshop as during that. So let me start from the question. I know about question from the chat. Okay, if we start from chat or not.
Maybe.
Or in the speech?
Yeah, that's great. So I
Tatiana, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Elizaveta. I have a first question to Ekaterina, maybe. Can you give some examples of information leakage of personal data in Russia, for example?
Thank you for the question. In 2019, there was a case of personal data leakage. When the data 5,000 bank clients were sold by the chief of the management sector to the attackers for 25,000 rubles. 5 rubles each line. Personal data of clients was sold, address and telephone number and payment card number and first name, last name, clients of bank.
Okay, thank you for your answer and for your part of presentation. And I have the second question, probably to Asmik or Angelina. I don't know. So in your opinion, how effective are DLP systems in their guarantee of 100% of protection?
Thank you for your question, Tatiana. I think that this question addressed to me because I said about DLP system, and as for me, this system is one of the most popular and effective for to protect information but of course I said about the disadvantages of the system, and if say about 100%, I can say that it will protect on 70% because there are some disadvantages and some problems with the system, and also information is not 100 protected.
Thank you very much. And continuing this topic, I have a small addition. ASMIC has identified it as a disadvantage of DLP system, but in my opinion, the main disadvantage for companies is the higher cost of the systems because there are no free or open source DLP systems. Thank you all for their presentation.
Tatiana, thank you for your opinion. Maybe anyone want to ask the question? No? Let me turn to the chat. We also have questions from Anastasia, Anastasia Pustosmехова maybe, about mobile operators and anti-fraud systems joined with banks. Can you see this question, Anastasia?
About the joint anti-fraud systems, as I understand.
Yes.
Thanks for your question. I think we are already on the way of creating a single anti-fraud system. As I remember, the Ministry of Digital Development, Communications and Mass Media has established a working group to combat phone fraud. So if the work is successful, a single system will be created on a state level.
And maybe you can comment the question from Maria about software which was using in this platform, if you have such information.
As I remember, it doesn't work on Russian software of some Swedish company, but adapted to Russian banks and operators. And technologies are exclusively Russian. And also the original idea of creating an anti-fraud platform is exclusively Russian too.
Thank you very much. And last one question for you from Asia about difficulties in implementing the anti-fraud platform. Maybe you know about this in-bank system.
I think the matter is not about the difficulties, but I have checked, and different banks such as VTB, Gazprom Bank, Raiffeisen Bank took participation in testing the pilot program in 2020, but didn't claim the launch of a platform as the Tinkoff Bank made.
Thank you. Let's turn to the next question for Anna about role of mobile operators and software providers in bank security. I mean, this question deals with an anti-fraud platform too, but still maybe about the interaction between banks, mobile operators, and software providers.
First, I would like to thank for the question. And as for the answer for it, I would say that mobile operators and software providers, they are deeply involved in protecting bank secrecy. And mobile operators run the system of phone numbers and which are authorized as banks clients. And their task is not only to cooperate with banks in this sphere, but also providing some tools for multi-factor authentication. And as for the software providers, they are supposed to make secure software by preventing the hacking and perfecting this software so the hacking won't happen in the future.
And maybe have anyone questions for Anna? So maybe we can have the last one question in the chat from to Vladislav. So the question is concerned about phishing and the methods which using banks to counter it. Please come.
Thank you for your questions. There are special anti-fraud systems which are developed to prevent fraud, and all of them are classified according to a host of characteristics such as internal, external, universal, or business-oriented. and more transaction monitoring products appear in the market because experience shows that such solution brings the most value. It is much easier to identify a potential fraudulent transaction amounts, hundreds of thousands that pass through the system every day, when it's not try to eliminate the negative consequences of such interaction, such interference. For example, FIS anti-fraud system. Which product is used to automatically check the applicant's application form for two types of frauds, internal and external.
So banks can use DLP systems about which we report our ASMIC, yeah?
Yeah, I think yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the second question about...
Yes, about effectiveness, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think it's not enough. Which is more of an IT issues than financial one. Of course, we're talking about bank cases. But in this case, the IT department can conduct trainings on how to prevent financial fraud for their employees.
Mm-hmm. Vladislav, thank you. So, maybe anyone wants to ask the question loudly? So, I suggest maybe to finish our workshop, but still I want to tell us very big thanks for participation in this workshop. I thanks our foreign guests and colleagues for such interesting themes, which are also concerns with pandemic. And also I thanks our students, which was very comprehensive in their reports. They tried a lot of information to reproduce us. So thank you very much, and good luck in future scientific researches.
Thank you very much.
May I say the word one?
Okay. Of course.
A little bit. Thank you very much. I want to say following. Dear participants, dear scientists, researchers, young researchers, you're here, and it's an honor for me to be here with you, to be a part of the scientific process on the one hand, and to listen and to talk to wonderful people on the other. I'm sure that the students who are here now, I think they think the same way. Happy to meet you. Good luck, good researchers, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Елизавета, Екатерина, Nadezhda Nikolaevna is also with us, I suppose. I would like also to say some words. Firstly, I would like to thank all our colleagues for the brilliant presentations, for very professional approach, and for a great discussion, which we had at the end. And we are very glad to hear and to see all our colleagues, especially foreign colleagues from Czech Republic, and we are very glad to see them online due to pandemic situation, and in spite of the pandemic situation, which was the topic of our discussion as well. We are very happy to keep in touch with you, with Johan, Nicole, and Andrea, And we hope when the situation is ends, we will see all you here in Russia, and we will be very thankful. And it would be great if you would come when the situation will be again when the situation will be again like it was before. Normalize, yes. So if someone wants to say some words as well, for example, our colleagues, our students, who did very great, I think, really brilliant work to prepare all this presentation. It was a great work, and I very much appreciate what they did. It was a great thing. But perhaps anyone from you wants to say a couple of words to close the session.
Dear Nina, I would like to ask everybody to turn on cameras to make the picture.
Unforgettable photo.
I was asked to say. I would ask Chingiz.
So, dear participants, can you turn on the cameras, please? So 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Whatever happened, we could continue our research and our collaboration. And many thanks for each of us, for everybody. And I hope that we will continue and our research and our seminars, workshops, and we will see the follow-up work of this. And I hope that this is only the beginning. And I cordially hope that next workshop will be offline, whatever in Milan, Brno, or in Moscow. But I hope that everything will go to the end. This situation with coronavirus, and we will meet each other next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Have a nice day.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Ага, все. Так, Екатерина Владимировна, я, наверное, тоже, да?
Да, я ухожу. До свидания.
Вот, я не знаю, правда, прекратят нам трансляцию или нет, но...
Ну, наверное, должны прекратить.
Да, услышат, чтобы YouTube не висел потом.
Да.
Спасибо вам большое за поддержку.
Вам спасибо за то, что провели секцию. До свидания.
Анна Сергеевна, до свидания. Нам не надо YouTube останавливать, все нормально там, оно само, да, остановится? Я вас не слышу, Анна Сергеевна. Вы мне главное, скажите, вот что с записью делать, потому что если я сейчас выйду, она же должна быть... Так, вот, запись остановить. Все, нажала. Так, запись в облако, да? Так, ну все, у меня вроде все остановилось. Вот, надеюсь, сохранится. Просто не знаю, где это облако, наверное, в основном канале. Угу. Все, отлично. Тогда можно все закрывать. До свидания. Спасибо вам большое. До свидания.